Recording progress.
First item is Pledge of Allegiance, and our head principal up here. Where'd he go?
There he is.
There he is. Going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Okay, 1B is the approval of a flexible agenda. Trustees reserve the right to take items in a different order to accomplish business in the most efficient manner and may combine two or more agenda items for consideration. Remove an item from the agenda or delay discussion relating to an item on the agenda at any time. Susan?
I'd like to make a motion to approve a flexible agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, we've got a motion on the floor and a second. Anyone oppose? Anyone approves? Say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passed. Number 2, public comment on agenda action items only. The public will be invited to make comments on this time on agenda action items, where such comments shall be limited to 1.5 minutes per person. Anyone with comments on action items that will take more than 1.5 minutes is encouraged to put their testimony in writing and provide a copy to the board prior to or at the meeting. These copies will not be read aloud, but will be added to the minutes of the meeting upon request. Please make sure you stick to the agenda items. And also, I know there was a couple of conflicts, and I tried to look at things and see how things can be changed in the meetings in order to not have that. So I did some talking and talked to a couple of the commissioners, and the commissioners, they have a rule that you must talk about something that the board has power to change or influence. And so at this point, anything else, I think that's a good thing. So anything that comes from the public, please make sure it's an item that we would be involved in. If you're talking about something that we have no control over and we're not involved in, please refrain from using that. Okay. I need the list.
Right here, Yvonne.
Yvonne, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to make sure that we have, I don't know if Catherine has joined us yet or Joey, if they are on the Zoom.
Okay, let me explain. Mr. Gilbert contacted both Frankie and I, Mr. Alvarado, and he said he was sick, but it is his turn to be here. And he said, what do you want? He said, I can fight through it. I can be there. I says, no, my call. No, don't need it here. So I appreciate his respect to ask that question. So, but he's supposed to be on Zoom.
Right. I just was gonna make sure, like, are they on so that,
Yep. And
He's-
Catherine,
She has a-
once.
right, she's
and
at a doctor's
she's-
appointment.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I told her, don't worry about it. She says she'll try to be on. She's going to try to make it, but that's
Right.
slim. If
Right.
she does not, she says she's going to get on Zoom as quick as she can. So. okay.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
just
Thank
wanted
you
to
for
make
br-
sure that we,
Yes, thank you for bringing that up.
oh, so nobody's on right now. Okay.
Just IT clarification here. Who's going to be dialing in tonight?
Gilbert. And Catherine Dickerson possibly.
Okay.
Later.
If they're dialed in, they're not dialed in as themselves.
Okay. Feel free to interrupt if one of them is on or both.
Will do.
Thank you. Okay. I got the list. First one on the list is Melinda Knighting. ticket number C92.
Melinda Knighting, mother of one DCSD student. I just wanted to speak to number 11, the memorandum of understanding. I'm just worried about student privacy on this one. I don't know what information exactly they would have access to. Infinite Campus has a lot of information on it. And then also, would it be something that the student or their parents would say they wanted to have their information released, or would they just have access to all information? Anyway, I just concerned about the privacy issues there. I do think it's a great opportunity to avoid application fees, which do get expensive for students to pay, an application fee for every college. But I would just, be concerned about the privacy.
Melinda, I didn't catch which number that was.
It's number 11.
11? Okay, thank you. Next is Chris Larson, C93.
Chris Larson for the record. First, I just wanted to congratulate the National Merit Scholars on their achievements, and the fact that we'll be recognizing them tonight is pretty cool. So good job on those accomplishments. Next, in regards to item 3C, accounts payable and special run vouchers. During his testimony on September 19th, and while under oath, Trustee Engelkirk admitted that he has not been reviewing the accounts payable vouchers
Excuse me.
before approving them.
Excuse me, Mr. Larson. Do not call out anybody by name when you talk to the board. You talk to all the board members.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
One of the trustees has not been reviewing the accounts payable vouchers before approving them at each board meeting for the time of his term. This is not only extremely concerning, but also a flat out admission, again under oath, that he is not meeting the minimum fiduciary responsibilities that are required of a Douglas County School Board trustee. This has now also opened up the possibility of a lapse and or denial of coverage for the Douglas County School District from Pool Pack, should you need it, which is another unnecessary and unacceptable risk. Myself and the rest of the town have heard this trustee say many times during the past debates, town halls, and now legal proceedings that his excuse for this failure is that he simply just doesn't have time. Our kids and teachers deserve someone that has more time for them than you. For this reason, the only righteous and redeemable thing that you can do is step away from your reelection bid and let Aaron Miller, current District 3 trustee candidate, fill the voids that you cannot.
Thank you, Mr. Larson.
Thank you.
Melissa Rouse.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Rouse. I have two children in our school district. My comment is in reference to agenda item number 7. I'm in favor of this item to put further boundaries around the unnecessary communication that seems to be happening or has had happened in the past between the majority members and Joey Gilbert's law firm. Over the past months, we've witnessed an alarming increase in legal fees, a situation that I believe stems from a misguided decision to hire the current law firm. And now, instead of addressing the underlying issues, we are here discussing adding a bylaw that allows the superintendent to communicate with legal counsel. This is yet another step in a long line of missteps that have wasted our time and resources. I'm particularly disheartened by the ongoing comments from our representative here, Doug Engelkirk, who continues to express
Please do not call someone out by name.
that representative that expressed that he simply doesn't have time to serve on the board. This is unacceptable. Our children's education and the well-being of this district require a fully committed leadership, not someone who treats this role as an afterthought. I urge the board to refocus on what truly matters, the children and staff of Douglas County. Stop wasting time, money, and energy on legal battles and politics, and instead invest in the future of our schools. Our kids deserve better. Thank you.
Okay, now that's 2 in a row. We have no control or power over elections. Please do not reference elections again. Okay, thank you. The next one is Ginger Starrett.
Virginia Sterrett for the record. Regarding item 7, the proposed bylaw setting board protocol for contacting requesting legal counsel, I strongly recommend disapproval of what is being presented today. First, the language in proposed Article 8 directly contradicts the language that already exists in Article 7 Code of Conduct, which states that board members have the option of taking problems they identify directly to legal counsel. Second, the use of the words such as like to request and they may have no place in a bylaw. These words embed vagueness into the bylaw, which is never a good idea. Third, the law deals with facts, not hearsay. As this bylaw is written, what would be relayed to legal counsel would be, in fact, hearsay. Legal counsel would then need to talk to the board member directly anyway, so this bylaw is merely creating a waste of time, not saving any time or any money. Last, Section 4 actually mandates the board to act on whatever legal advice it gets. That also isn't proper. Lawyers are not gods. Lawyers sometimes have their own agendas. There should always be room for the district to seek other opinions or disregard the advice given if that advice is judged to be unreliable for some reason. In any case, while there may be a need for a bylaw regarding use of legal counsel, this certainly is not the one you should have. Don't reflect on this district as too unsophisticated to understand basic legal practices by passing this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Johnson, ticket number C96.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you guys for your service to our community. I'm a Zephyr Cove Elementary School parent, also serve on the Parents Advisory Committee, been before you a couple times earlier this year to encourage your support of the fire studies program here, which you guys supported. It's going extremely well. And I just want to come before you and thank you guys for your support of our school here. Things are on the up. I really want to thank Mr. Alvarado for leaning in, being engaged with our school. It's just a breath of fresh air. So thank you very much for your leadership, guidance, and interest in seeing our school succeed. Enrollment's always been a problem here, but I want you guys to know that we're working hard as a community to keep the kids that are in this community going to this school and to hopefully attract kids from other surrounding areas through some of our unique offerings. We've kept the kids together at the elementary school so far more than in the past. That's something we're working on. We do think this is viable. And I just want to thank Mr. Ryan, Mr. Pace. They've done an incredible job. Thank our parent representatives here. Melissa Rouse is the president of the Parents Club. A ton of work goes from her. Erin Miller is here every time I'm here. She cares a ton. Chris Larson, Mike Green are also here today, just parents, because they care. So I very much, as a parent community member, appreciate them. And congratulations to Olive from Hotel too. And congratulations, Ender, as well. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Ben. We don't hear enough of that sometimes from parents. So, I mean, as far as supporting your own kids. So that's great. Thank you.
No, thank you guys for your service.
Adrian Sawyer, ticket number C97.
Adrian Sawyer for the record, parent of 3 DCSD students, 3H test data report. I'm hoping that even though this item is under consent, there is an explanation of the test scores, as well as a serious discussion as to what these mean and ways to improve them. Specifically, the ACT scores are thrown out by the current trustees with zero context. The purpose of the ACT is to measure high school students' readiness for college and provide colleges with one common data point that can be used to compare all applicants. An important factor to consider when looking at the ACT scores is the percentage of students who take the test in a particular state. In a state where ACT's test is mandated for all high school juniors, the overall scores are lower since everyone takes the ACT test. Whereas in other states, students might only take the ACT test to use their scores on college applications. In Nevada, students enrolled in grade 11 must participate to be eligible for a standard diploma. The 2023 test scores, the state with the highest composite ACT score was a tie between Connecticut and Massachusetts. Both received a 26.4, but only had 8% of students take the test. Simply put, the ACT is an indicator for college readiness, but but those whose path is not college are required to take it, which skews the results. There's always room for improvement. The test scores are trending down. I hope board members take the time to understand what these scores are saying about students instead of regurgitating them. Without context, throwing out these numbers is a scare tactic to make it look like the district is failing our students. The district is not failing our students. The board is.
Thank you, Adrian. David Seats, ticket number C98.
David Seat for the record. The board is elected by the eligible voters of Douglas County. The elected trustees should be allowed the trust that their designation implies. This agenda item implies that the trust and judgment of the trustees is in question, requiring an unnecessary point of contact to vet their inquiries to legal counsel. Let the trustees' own character, integrity, and moral judgment be the guiding compass as to how they approach legal counsel. The superintendent has enough on his plate. He should not be the nanny the trustees have to contact to access legal counsel. I find it less than surprising that this agenda item is sponsored by two of the dissenters on the board, whose terms are expiring this year. I urge the trustees to vote no on this Mother May I restriction to their free and unrestricted access to legal counsel. We are, after all, land of the free and home of the brave.
Thank you, David.
You.
Is there anyone else?
We do
Okay.
have two online.
I just wanted to come up here, Casey Rogers for the record. I just wanted to come up here and say that I am complete agreement with both the things that Virginia Starrett and David Seat said. I think that this is political when they say it's not political, and that you need to stay focused on what's right and wrong. And that's definitely wrong. Thank you.
We do have two online as well.
Laura Cadeau for the record. And I went to the 2 days of court hearings, and
Excuse me. Now, what agenda item are you on?
I'm going to be on 3B.
Okay.
And after listening to the hearing, I will say trust is out the window, because I heard some trustees saying they're not going over the billing items. So I felt that I should try and research some for myself. I was pleased to see that billing for legal counsel is down, but in trying to account for that, I'm not sure why. I'm hoping this can be explained. I didn't find the billing for the September 3rd meeting. I also found some additional charges for the Gilmore Law Group and the Simons Hall and Johnson Group, and I don't know what that's associated with. I feel like these are items that should be addressed and brought forward for transparency to the public. I also want to talk about agenda item 7. While I appreciate the intention behind this policy, I am concerned about the potential for legal counsel to exceed their authority, which they have done. And case in point was when they
Thank you.
drafted
Thank you.
I didn't hear my,
Sorry.
okay.
Looking up number 7. You got 3 extra seconds.
I believe you.
Okay.
We do have two online as well. Hey, Cheryl, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Sharon Blumstrom for the record. I'm looking forward to this agenda discussion. I would prefer that test scores were not included in the consent agenda, because I believe this topic warrants substantial public discussion. As to item 10, the Nevada Revised Statute, disallow any in a closed meeting. If privileged information is received in a closed meeting, the action to vote on any of them must be taken in the reconvened public portion of the meeting. Item 11 contemplates an MOU with the Board of Regents that would provide an agreement with UNR and DCSD that would allow student test scores to be sent to UNR so those students can be counseled on admission and placement in math and English courses. I believe this may help offer students another reason to take the test more seriously if they see the reasoning and possible positive outcomes of the test. And finally, hearty congratulations to our merit finalists and scholarship award winners. You do us so proud.
What was your name? Cheryl Bloomstrom. Oh. Okay.
We have one more online as well. Colin, you have the floor. Or state your name, please.
Colin Burrows, a taxpayer. Agenda item number 7. In reviewing the nearly 400,000 charges from Gilbert's law firm, it seems essential to implement a standard business practice of obtaining an estimate for services beforehand. This ensures transparency and allows clients to know what they expect in terms of billing. Unfortunately, past actions such as board members frequently calling and emailing the firm have led to tens of thousands of dollars in additional fees. Adding to this issue is the lack of checks and balances on the invoice. During the testimony at the open meeting lawsuit, one trustee admitted that he never had time to review any bills from Gilbert Law Firm and simply approved them without scrutiny. Another concern is the quality of legal representation provided. In the recent lawsuit, all 4 trustees in the lawsuit essentially blamed Gilbert's law firm for inadequate representation. Despite submitting sworn affidavits prepared by the firm, their testimonies later conflicted with one another, raising serious questions about whether they committed perjury. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more? No.
That was the last one.
Yes. State your name, please.
First timer. Is it on? My name's Mike Green, and I thought I saw on the agenda that there was going to be something about a second access road coming to Whittle and Zephyr, and I just thought someone else would have spoken on it. But anyway, I'm really excited to learn more about that, and I'm really worried that some of you will discuss shrinking enrollment and the costs, and I hope you think twice about that and think about some of the money you've spent other ways. Thank you.
Sometimes those are a process, and that's what's going on right now, is finding out what the process is going to be, steps. It's government. Okay, anyone else? Okay, move on. Consent items. Number 3, information concerning the following consent items have been forwarded to each board member for study prior to this meeting. Unless a trustee or individual organization interested in one or more consent items has any questions concerning a particular item, the items are approved at one time by the Board of Trustees. The board president may defer action on such a particular matter or matters at his or her discretion and may choose to place the same at the end of the regular agenda for separate consideration. Is there any objections or any discussion on A, B, C?
I would like to.
D, E, F, G, all the way through K. Doug.
I would like to ask some questions about J.
J.
When we have a chance.
Okay. Annual Northwest Regional Professional Development Program report. This is information only. Mrs. Peters. We'll let her. Yeah, when you get there, stay there and is there any other ones? H.
Susie, microphone.
H, so Shannon, you'll talk about that? Thank you. Great.
H, and the other one was F.
Go ahead.
J? H and J. Okay.
Go ahead.
I just have a question about the legal bills that were brought up, and I would like to talk about them. But I don't know which voucher number it is. I don't look that up. So I don't know.
That's a lot to go through.
Right, yeah, no, I just feel like our community has the right to know the additional legal fees that we had. And then, I also had a question about, the billing of Joey Gilbert. I didn't understand it completely as to why it read the way that it was. So I just wanted to get clarification on those.
Okay, there's two things that we need to do as a board. One is we need to do our homework. If we've got questions on things when we go through, we're responsible to make sure we know what's going on, at least to the point.
And I do.
Ask questions.
I do, but I feel like some of the questions, they need to be asked and answered in public so that
Well, that's fine.
community knows.
But it's what you're covering is what, it's our responsibility to go through these things and to know exactly what we're asking for and what we want to discuss in particular.
Just
So
clarification for the community.
Do you
That's
have
what
an
I'm looking
agenda
for.
item on this consent? Do you have one of these? that
So
needs
it would
to
be
pulled?
3C.
C?
Yeah,
Okay.
the vouchers.
Okay. Anybody else?
I have something just very quickly though, since Shannon's up there. I have a question about the bullying report, which is I. That's all. That's it.
Yeah, and I wanted Shannon or Leslie to also talk about restorative justice.
Okay. So you want I? Linda?
Yes.
I? Okay. And G? Okay.
It's our night tonight.
Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to take them in order, back up. And we're going to start with C, accounts payable, special and regular run vouchers. We got quite a few of them here, so.
Right, so, I don't remember who said it in the, in public comment, but, the Gilmore and the Hall, I just want the public to know that those are, legal fees in accordance with the writ of mandamus, so that they are aware of what those are. And then on the Joey Gilbert legal fees, and maybe Frankie, you can help answer these questions. I noticed that we have our regular $7,500 retainer. And then on top of that, there's an additional $123. And I know that it's not like, oh my gosh, it's $123, but from the billing, I'm seeing a lack of, I don't know, record keeping.
You're talking about the most recent bill, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's accurate. We have the $7,500 retainer fee that we pay to JGL monthly. There's $123.61 additional fee for general board administration. So Ms. Jepson was asked to redo the protocol for the role of legal counsel. And so that is what that item pertains to.
Right, but on the invoice, I'm not seeing where that's billed against. There's like a $2,000 discrepancy on what was billed against the retainer, because it's only showing about $500. I mean, 5,000.
I'll have to
Against
schedule a
the
meeting with
retainer.
Joey and Kendra to go to review the bill
Okay,
and get an answer from them.
okay, that would be great, because, that's $2,000 worth of work that we need to be accountable for.
Agreed. And I want to clarify about the billing for the writ of mandamus. We are actually getting billed by 4 different firms currently for that. So we got billed by Anthony Hall's firm, which is Simon Hall. I forget the third name to that. We're getting bills from Silver State Law Firm. That's Rob Smith. We received an invoice from Frank Gilmore with the Gilmore Law Group. He represented the district. And then also there's consultation between the attorneys, all three of those other firms, with Joey Gilbert Law. So then Joey Gilbert Law also bills us for the writ.
Isn't that a conflict of interest? Him being involved in that at all? I'm just curious.
It's a consultation. I can tell you the legal fees for the writ are approximately $200,000 at this point, and we are waiting on a ruling.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Anything else on C? Okay, we have next is G, the annual progressive discipline plans. That is Shannon Brown.
Yeah, what is the question on the plan?
So this is mandated by the state, right?
Mhm.
So I read through your whole little book there. It was very thorough, very well done. But is this just basically what the state requires?
It has all the state's requirements within it.
Is there anything different that's custom for Douglas County?
A lot of the interventions and the consequences, like there's the matrices that they're broken out by K5 and 612, because those principals gave us feedback and staff. So let me back up a second. By the 15th of September every year, every principal has to pull a team together with including all stakeholders, or as many stakeholders as they can, in parents, staff, teachers, and they review our annual plan. And then they send their feedback to me. And they all did that by September 15th. I take their feedback, I make some adjustments. Some was moving some of the guidance of what's on level 2 should also be on level 3 because it might be more severe. Everything's an individual case. And so some of that is unique to Douglas County. That's how we've done it. All the NRS requirements are in there. I have 4 pages of NRS checklists of items that need to be addressed within that plan. We get it back, honestly, not in the most timely manner from the state. So that was submitted last November. And I got feedback from the state on a rubric. Do you have what you need in it or do you not have it? I addressed everything that was a 0. So it's either a 0 or a 1. So all that stuff has been added back into it. And I got it about 3 weeks ago, after I'd gotten all the feedback from I'm not trying to throw the state under the bus. They've got a lot of turnover, but I took their feedback. I went through this checklist. I made sure everything was addressed in there. I've sent them a preview. They felt like it looks good. And we get told that we were basically a model progressive discipline plan. Any other questions on it, or?
Thank you. I just thought people would want to know what that was about.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, I think, Shannon, I think that's a great, thank you, because I think we need to give more information. I agree with Yvonne about the people knowing. So it's not our intent not to let them know. It's just, when do we? So thank you very much. I appreciate
Absolutely.
that.
And then after your approval, within 14 days, this has to be posted on ours and every single school's website. Schools have the ability to create their own plan in addition to this and make changes to it, but it's a pretty thorough plan and they've all given feedback. So our guidance has just been adopt the plan. It's got a menu of things you can do when you have to discipline a student. Every single disciplinary incident is different. And so this gives them some flexibility as a principal.
Great.
Or administrators. Linda, was there something about this one or Trustee Gilkerson? Or is it the other one? Okay.
And I had 3H. I just wanted you to kind of go over this.
Before we do that,
Yes.
do you mind if I just make a comment?
You're always welcome.
Okay. I just want to commend Mr. Brown for his work with the administration on student discipline. We are one of 2 districts in the state of Nevada who did not have any discipline discrepancies, which means we don't have to build out a whole nother report that's due on November 15th. So good job, Mr. Brown.
That means he knows what he's doing. All right. I'm gonna go to the next test data report. Now I've got Shannon and Leslie on here, so.
We're gonna arm wrestle.
She's winning right now.
So we know that the public and the trustees have asked for test data. And so Mr. Alvarado asked our office to put together some specific data to be shared. So in the packet, there is the 3-year cohort data that looks at our 3rd through 8th grade students who take the SBAC. All 3rd through 8th grade students in the state of Nevada take that test in the spring. And so it's color coded. So you can go back to the students that were 3rd graders in the 21-22 school year, and then you can kind of diagonally and with the color coding see their scores in 4th grade and then in 5th grade. And so we went through and did that for all those grades. I can tell you that as you look at the cohort data, it doesn't look good. And principals and teachers know that. And I have had a lot of conversations with teachers and principals as they're working through school improvement plans. They're not happy with this data. They're not sleeping at night because of the data. So if anyone thinks that we're trying to hide things or cover things up, that's really just not what's happening. School improvement teams are digging into their own data to determine root causes. So it's not like we can even say what happened to 3rd graders and then what happened to them in 4th graders. Every school has their own set of students and all students are different, right? And so they're all bringing different things to the school day. And so that's where schools are now digging into their own individual data, determining root causes to then help guide appropriate goal setting in their school improvement plans. And those plans then get submitted to our office. We review those and they're due to the state November 15th. So I do want you to know, Shannon and I, all of us at the district office, I mean, we look at this data as I'm sitting there, I'm pulling it, and Jessica Hendricks in our accountability office does a great job. She made pulling it pretty easy, but we realize it's dismal. And we know as a state it is, and we know there's work to be done. But we have a lot of great people that are really trying to figure out how to switch that up.
And just to put a little bit of context to these is each year they're tested on a different set of standards. So 3rd grade standards change from 3rd grade to 4th grade, 4th grade to 5th grade. And then even as Frankie reminded me and that we learned about as he's learning about Nevada and assessment, the SBAC score. So those numbers represent meets and exceeds, the students that are proficient. The cut score changes each year. So it's like out of 500 in 3rd grade, it might be 325. And when they go to 4th grade, it might be 345. So it's really hard. And our previous 2 directors back, Brian Frazier would always warned us about being careful about comparing cohort data from one year to the next as they go from 3rd grade to 4th grade to 5th grade, because they're taking different tests. And so you got to keep that in mind. It doesn't mean you don't take the data and look at it and try to figure out what we can do.
Okay, just a second. I just want to clarify because I don't want to forget this. I believe that I can speak for this whole board. Each and every one believes that we've got some of the best we've got almost all the best teachers in the state. There's no question in my mind. I've been able to sit down and talk with them in small groups and stuff. They're phenomenal. Phenomenal. Where were they when I was in school, right?
Yeah.
So we support that. There is no question that we know we've got the best. It's just that what do we need to do to help them become better? And not that they're not good now.
Right.
It's just, we always want to.
I think
do
that's
better.
the big question, right? How do we keep improving?
What-
We know we're not where we want to be.
What do you need from the board to help you?
Well, I think that honestly, that becomes a question, like I was saying, like individual sites have different needs, right? What one site might need to improve ELA instruction might be different than what someone else needs. And so I think when the principals and the site leadership meet with their school improvement teams and they really kind of dig in and see what have we been doing? Have we seen that we are making some improvements, or do we see that we need to completely change our action step? I think we'll be able to better answer that question for you. I did want to talk about the ACT 3-year composite data. So you'll see for the past 3 years, Aspire, Douglas High School, and Wattell. And that's a composite score. So that takes all 4 tests that the students have to take. And like Mrs. Sawyer said earlier, Nevada is a state where every junior has to take the test regardless of whether or not they are choosing a college path. And in some cases, colleges aren't even requiring ACT scores now. So we are required by state law to take a test that a lot of students just don't see as relevant and valuable. But this composite data takes the average of those 4 tests. And then basically this number, when you look at benchmarks, if you hit the benchmark that the College Board has put out there, what that equates to is being able to get at least a B in a college level course. And so when you start breaking down the English composition and the algebra and the science and the reading, then that's where you get the composite score. So again, work to do. A 17, I can tell you, falls in the average range. You can get a score from a 1 to a 36 on the ACT. And so again, I know that I've had a lot of conversation with Douglas High School. They had a large part of their school improvement plan last year kind of focusing on ACT. We've had some conversations about some other resources, and they are trying to do a lot of support with that. So they are definitely aware of what the data says, and they are digging in and trying to figure out ways to improve it. Mr. Alvarado also asked that I submit the course pass rates for the AP classes. And so part of that data are all of the AP courses that are listed and offered at Douglas High School and Wattell. You have 2 separate pages with that. And so it shows for any students in any grade 9 through 12 that took an AP course, if they scored a 3, a 4, or a 5, which means that they would have passed. And then it shows the overall pass rate. So I didn't include the data of the students that didn't pass, but gave you the percentages that scored each of the passing levels.
Yeah, and I can add to that. If you look at the Douglas High School page, item 3H, you'll see 86.05% of all students that took an AP exam passed. So that tells you that 13.95 did not have a passing rate percentage wise.
Some of those numbers can really confuse. I mean, it confuses the board, let alone confuse parents and community. So by just what you just said is maybe additional information we should add to it just to set the true fact. The true fact is 80% passed. And if it's not on there, then public won't know that.
86.05.
There we go.
Yeah,
Where is that?
for George Wattell High School, 97.92% of all exams taken were passed.
It's on there, yeah.
Sean, how many 11th and 12th graders did you have last year taking those tests? What was your number of students? Oh, it's okay. How many 11th graders did you have that took the ACT, and how many 12th graders did you have that took the AP tests? Okay. Thank you.
I was wondering the same about did you ask about Douglas High? How many took, I did, Because you see numbers here, but you see, it could be one student maybe, or is it?
Right.
You
So
see
I
what I'm
have
saying?
all of that. And so part of what I tried to do and then woke up in the middle of the night on Saturday thinking maybe this wasn't done well, honestly. So please know that we care about what we're doing and we want to make sure that we are giving the public what they need.
Mhm.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I have all of that.
Okay.
I could go back in SBAC data. I can show you the number of students who scored a 1, who scored a 2. I can show you that data by every grade level, by every school. But what I know from working with data is if we just gave you pages and pages of numbers, it would be confusing for a lot of people. So one of the things that I would request is if after tonight you have more questions about a specific test and you want us to dig deeper into that, we are more than happy to do that. But there's a lot of data to dig through. And so we certainly don't want people to think that we are not being transparent or not understanding that we have some work to do in Douglas County. And part of my emotion is the emotion of the teachers and the principals. But I know that that's a conversation that's out there, is people maybe thinking we're not being transparent, and we really are. But I wanted to make sure that we tried to give you data that was somewhat understandable with limited explanation that was going to be in a consent item. The other thing I did want to point out is the district proficiency data for ELA and math. I thought that it was important, not because I think that when you look at ELA proficiency for elementary, that being 46% proficient is really a celebration. It's not. However, I do think that it's important for the public to realize that when we look at comparative districts that are near us, as far as location and similar demographics, so Carson and Churchill and Lyon, I think that it's important to see where we fall within that. Because then it still doesn't look good, but it doesn't look as bad, right? And so I wanted to be able to also put that 46% or a 27.8 in middle school math in context, comparing it to districts that are near us that have similar student demographics and population.
Leslie, I
Yes.
never thought that you weren't being transparent. When I see it, I just have questions.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I just, yeah.
No, you have a passion for it and I can see that.
Yeah.
And you know, the truth is, it's really not fair because you guys sat here in a few minutes, you're supposed to explain everything and it doesn't work that way. We know that.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Sorry.
Thank
Maybe
you
it
for
should
your-
have, maybe that should have been a regular agenda item, so you could have had longer time.
It might have been, and Frankie did ask that, and I actually said, let's just put it in the consent. And then probably realized after that that wasn't a
And I
great
didn't mean-
idea.
Yeah.
And let us know if there's other data you want us to collect and share.
Yeah.
I just want to know the
definitely.
numbers from Douglas High, how many kids took the test, and I know they did really good on.
The AP test.
on the
I
A-
can
on the
definitely
AP.
let you know the total number that.
Yeah,
you
and
get.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I just want to know.
No,
I'm just
it's fine.
curious.
It's fine. It's fine. I just feel bad for all the people in our district that are working really hard, and we're all trying to figure out why we're still just kind of like swirling.
And again, we want to
And
know
as
so we can
day-
help. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank
Lynn,
you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Linda?
Yes, thank you for recognizing me. I also, you know how I feel. I
know.
I don't need to even go there. I know you're working hard. And I feel the same way though. One of the things I would have liked to have known just was how many kids took it. So when you see 100%, that
Right. You know.
passed, it was,
Mhm.
maybe it was one kid that
Yeah.
took the class, because I don't know.
I'm happy to share that. Is that
Yeah,
something
that's all.
that you would just like me to email the board? Because I have that information.
I'd be happy with that. Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't want to put you in any more trouble,
No,
but
that's fine. I
That would work for
appreciate
me
it.
too.
I think so.
Our student.
yes, go ahead.
I just want to provide some insight into Douglas High School in terms of ACT and AP classes. So I was a part of the junior class last year that took the ACT, and our teachers all tried really, really hard to get students involved with studying for the ACT. There were after school programs you could take for each of the subjects. They gave us practice tests and all that kind of stuff. So they did try really hard to get, students involved, but ultimately it comes up to how much the students want to be involved, right? If they're not wanting to be involved, then it's not going to happen. And the same is true for AP classes as well. But those ones are one teacher, for the most classes, one teacher is teaching them. So really the quality of the teacher is a huge part of the pass rate. And also the student involvement in those ones are important too. When you get to high school, it's like the student has to be involved that much.
I got a few of the students that I know quite well. And I can see exactly what you're talking about because they're not really motivated.
Yeah.
So I understand that.
Yeah. So a lot of it is student motivation, but our teachers are trying as hard as they can.
We'll have to work at that too.
Is there any kind of positive reinforcement that we could offer to make that a little more appealing to the kids, make them want to take the test more? Is there something we could do? An extra dance, a pizza night? Think about it. Ask
I'm not sure yet,
people and let us know.
Yeah, I'll do that for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Burns.
Okay. I'm sorry. You mind?
I think it's really important, having had kids that have taken AP tests within the last few years. I think it's important to remember that that's a national test and that the people that put that test out only give out so many 3s, so many 4s, and so many 5s. So the percentage that you have to make can shift to pass. Does that make sense?
Did I get a confusing look on Mr. Brown?
I don't know.
I don't know anything about that.
I can provide some insight into that as well. So nationwide, on many AP tests, the pass rate is under 40%. So for example, on the AP English language, and the pass rate was 54%. So 46% of students didn't pass. And here we have that 66.7% of students pass. So just giving insight that a lot of these tests, the pass rate is 30-40% and lower.
Thank you.
Ours is so high, right? Yeah.
Ours is very high. Yeah. So we're doing great. Yeah.
Anything else you want to add? Mr. Alvarado, anything you want to reference to this particular one?
No, I think they summed it all up. And yes, we do have a lot of work to do here in Douglas County, but we should celebrate the successes. And
yes,
we are doing well in the AP world for sure.
Good.
Somebody wanted Jay.
Can I ask a question?
No.
Regarding ACT testing, is that something that maybe we should take to NASB to ask them to fight for it being an elective test instead of a mandated test? That's something that, because I think we're going to get,
Is that federal?
we'll get better scores.
Is that federal?
It's not federal, it's state.
No, it's a state
Strictly
NRS
state.
regulation. Yes.
And so that's something legislators have to change because that's mandated to be a graduation requirement in the state of Nevada. But
If
that's
it-
something that we can,
If you get the majority on your side, yep. It
So-
will.
So the state has a college and career readiness assessment requirement, and they've chosen the ACT to be that test. That's where we're at right now. It used to be the high school proficiency exam. That went away. ACT took its place, and until they either choose a different exam or say that every kid doesn't have to take a college and career readiness test, that's probably where it's at. But the legislature is where you would need to go, Trustee Wagstaff. Or NASB.
NASB would be the one that would advocate for that. So it's something that we as a board would have to make a decision. Do we want to approach NASB and say, hey, this is concerning for our district? Is it concerning for others? So just a thought.
Yeah, I haven't taken an ACT test. Believe it or not, they were around when I was a kid. What? Yeah. Oh. Anyway, to say that, I'd rather have testing that actually deals with true life of what we're teaching them, and not just something that's thrown out there by the state and says, and we don't even, yeah, it's not fair. It's not fair to the teachers. It's not fair to our students. That's my opinion. Take it or leave it. But we do, yeah, I'm for that. Let's get something changed, because it's not working now in the whole state. So let's get something changed. We can drive that bus, right? All right. Anything else? We have the bullying report, Q1. Mr. Brown.
I'll do my best. I don't have it in front of me.
No, this is just real easy. On the report, it has the district number.
Okay.
And it has 12 males and 5 females. So 17. And then when I went through it, I did not see 17 people under the bullying that were turned in, and the only one I saw was under Pinion Hills. They were listed twice. So, and they were 6 and 2. I was just curious why the numbers are they not supposed to match?
So
I'm just curious.
how
that's all.
we document it in the report that Terry Olson pulls for us is basically we take and we document each investigative report. For example, one report, so one investigation could involve 3 bullies and 1 victim, or 3 victims and 1 aggressor. And these are just reports, whether they were found to be bullying or not. So you'll see that your total number of students and even reports, and then we all it may not match to the number of bullying versus unfounded.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense to me.
And then the other piece is, so like when we document them, and like you said, like it's like we label them for our own record keeping, DHS number 5. And so all 4 lines would say DHS number 5 if it was the same incident.
Okay. I understand that.
Am I-
My other question was that Pinion Hills is listed twice.
So I can speak to that. I put that data in there. They had 2 separate investigations, reported incidents of bullying that Mr. Reed had to investigate.
Okay.
Yep. So that is accurate.
Thank you.
You know, I think, I'm just thinking out loud here. Sometimes we accomplish more when we do that. So at least I do. But the things like that, I think, because I know what I'm involved in when I was working, people didn't understand what I was doing, my paperwork and everything. I understood it all. And that's basically what happens, even with what your positions are. And you just said that. I'm thinking, you know, eventually we can just keep chipping away at these different ones and getting something down so everybody can understand it. Not that you're doing something wrong. It's just that if we can be more transparent, give more information to parents in the community. Just my thoughts.
No, I agree. We will gladly explain anything we put in front of you.
Next one then. Okay. J, Annual Northwest Regional Professional Development Program Report. Back to you, Mrs. Peter.
Well, I pulled that one.
All right.
I just had a few questions on it. I see the budget have $4.5 million. How is that funded?
RPDP is a Northwest Regional Professional Development Program for all of Northern Nevada. And so they have funding that comes from the state. And then they, like we have a learning facilitator in our professional development center that is paid for through RPDP. Carly Strauss's salary is from RPDP. And so she reports back to them certain things that she is involved in Douglas County. Last year, we had 3 of their instructional coaches that basically they could be like a teacher in Washoe or they could be a teacher in Lyon County, but they then work for RPDP. They end up getting paid a salary that is exactly what they would be getting paid if they were teaching in that district. That is kind of their home district. So this year with raises, their budget looked different because RPDP had to account for all of the different increases that teachers got across the state. And so we had 3 other trainers that came and worked with some of our departments at the high school last year. They offer a lot of free professional learning to teachers, different things. There is a multilingual requirement for teachers getting a license in Nevada. And so you can get a license with that as a provisional. But then RPDP offers the free course. And so you take that course and you get that provision removed off your license. So super beneficial program, especially for districts that don't have a lot of people to offer professional development for teachers. And it's at no cost.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I just have a question about the professional development. Are those things, because we have professional development days for our teachers and staff members, is that part of that?
It could be. Principals can certainly reach out to RPDP if there was something specific that they wanted a training for their staff on that we didn't have someone in the district qualified to do, then they could send us somebody to train on that if it fit the schedule and they weren't already somewhere else. Okay. Yeah. All right, thank you.
This might be a silly question, but you know how we have certain, like the 14th Amendment policy? These outside trainers, do they adhere to all of our policies?
They're aware of those and they're training teachers, not students. So they're not in classrooms
I know,
presenting
but part of
lessons to students. They are working with teachers.
I understand that, but in the policy, it does say also professional development.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I just wanted to make sure. Thank you
Yep,
very much.
You're welcome.
I believe that is it. Thank you both very much. And
Thank you.
now, drum roll, because this is the first report from our student representative.
We have to vote.
We have to vote
Oh, I'm
on
sorry.
consent items.
Yeah.
Long time.
Okay,
Roll call.
I gotta have a motion.
I'll make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that the board approve the consent items number 3.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, it passes unanimous. Now, drum roll. Mr. Alvarado, I'm going to let you introduce and
Yeah, I could do one more introduction. So tonight we have Ender Dempsey here, who is our student board representative. He did present his first board report at our last meeting in September. So tonight will be his second report, and he did this solely by himself, with no review by me.
Okay.
the test is on.
Okay. Okay, I want to start with athletics, and I want to start with football, which many students love. And then our most important game was on September 13th. It was Douglas v. Carson in Carson territory. And I just want to make a particular note that our students were going a little bit crazy at this game. We had a lot of fun though when we beat them 47-13. So, and then the next week we had fun beating Reno 20-13. And then we lost to Spanish Marines by only 3 points. But on October 4th, just a few days ago, we crushed McQueen, 47-21. And that puts us at 6-2 for our varsity season. And then we're going to face Reed on October 18th. Okay. And then girls volleyball. Douglas recently won against Damani Ranch, Reed, and Bear Creek, putting us at an overall 8-12. For cross country, our girls varsity team placed second at Reed Invitational on Friday, and one of our runners placed third out of 80, which is amazing. And Wattel is also doing well. For golf, the Wattel golf team has a regional competition tomorrow. So we're going to cheer them on as they try to qualify for state. Next, I want to move on to clubs. Our math club has officially started competing against other schools in a nationwide kind of tournament. Our Alpine club is our like hiking club, and they're going to start hiking like officially this week. They're going to do Genoa Waterfall. And HOSA is an international career and technical club for future health professionals. And it's currently running a breast cancer campaign. So October this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So HOSA is gaining support for awareness by having students wear pink on Wednesdays. And we hope to support women who will battle breast cancer in their lifetime, which is approximately 1 in 8 American women will battle breast cancer. For our dances, our annual homecoming was successful. Our theme was a night in Hollywood. We had many students come to the dance looking dressed to walk down the red carpet. And I want to congratulate homecoming queen Ayla Nelson and homecoming king Daniel Ward. Wattel will have its homecoming this Friday. And then for some events, Douglas hosted its annual senior sunrise, which you can expect was a cold morning, but turnout was large, and the class of 2025 got to celebrate our sunrise together. We had Fall Fest, which was a school event put on by leadership at Minden Park. There was a parade for our fall athletes, our homecoming nominee induction, and activity booths put on by clubs for people to see and interact with. And it was a fun little social event for people to attend. Here's some things anyone can attend. The Warrior Way 5K is this Saturday, October 12th, which will be hosted here at Wattel. As I understand it, this is their first time ever hosting the event. The race will include a 800-meter dash for little kids too. Registration for adults is $20 and for students $10. Everyone can participate and enjoy hot chocolate, medals, and prizes. And then tomorrow is Douglas's college and career night, which will be held from 6 to 8 p.m. at Douglas. We will have presenters from UNR, WNC, TMCC, UTI, WyoTech, and the hosters of Douglas Scholarships. You can come with a parent to learn about opportunities about after high school and like how to make some money for college. And that's all I have for y'all today.
Okay, Mr. Alvarado, do we have another one that you wanna, for the next quarter or something, or next semester?
Yeah, we can do a quick introduction. So we have Olive Hamner Gilson here in the audience. So Olive, if you could stand up. She will be our student board representative starting in February, and she will finish the school year with us.
Right. Thank you for that report. A lot of information. All right.
That's what I hope to do.
That's right. Good job. Leadership presentation, administrative report. Sean Ryan will give a presentation on Zephyr Cove Elementary School and George Wattel High School, where he is principal.
So with the flexible agenda, can we go do the special recognition?
Of course, for him, we'll do that.
Great. Okay, going to item number 8. We'd like to recognize 2 National Merit Scholarship winners, while one's a semifinalist and one's a finalist. So back in 2024, the graduating class, we have Kevin O'Connell from Douglas High School. And I'm just going to read a little bit about the National Merit Scholarship Award. So in order to advance in the competition and be considered for a National Merit Scholarship Award, a semifinalist has to become a finalist by fulfilling several requirements that include submitting a detailed scholarship application, a record of very high academic performance, and a very, very high score on the PSAT exam. There's typically about 7,000 recipients nationwide, And because each state's number of recipients is based on the state population, only a small number of total recipients are Nevada graduates. We are proud to share that one of those national merit winners was part of the Douglas High School class of 2024. His name is Kevin O'Connell. He's unable to join us tonight. However, we wanted to honor him with recognition before the board tonight anyways, because we weren't able to do that at the end of last school year. Additionally, we have Olive Hamner Gilson from Wattell High School, class of 2025. She is a National Merit Scholarship Award semifinalist. She intends on attending Dartmouth College, so she's on track for Ivy League. Hopefully with a full scholarship, we are crossing our fingers for you, Olive. Good luck. Olive, would you like to come up and take a picture with your principal, Mr. Ryan, and assistant principal, Jim Pace?
Yeah. We got time. Go ahead.
Hey, Olive, does your mom want to get a picture? Does mom want to get a picture with you guys? She had her camera out. I didn't think she could get one. No? Okay. Okay. All right, perfect. We'll send it to her.
IT.
Back to item 5.
Sorry. So Superintendent Alvarado has asked that schools present information to the board. So we've put together a little Google slide deck for some information. So as you know, click. There, oh, there we go. So as you know, the Lake School is composed of George Wattell High School and Zephyr Cove Elementary School. And tonight I'm just going to provide you an overview of the things that have been going on, our current initiative, goals, and challenges. So this is the mission and vision that the staff created at the beginning of the school year. We got together as both schools, well, actually all 3 schools, because we're elementary, middle, and high school. And we talked, what is it that we want to represent all 3 schools? So the teachers and staff came up with the mission and vision there, which is to teach the students to love learning, feel successful, and become strong members of their community. So some things that have happened over the last year. So last year, Wattell hosted our first track meet ever on the Lisa Maloff track. So that track went in 2018. It was the first time we ever held a track meet on that track. So that was pretty exciting. And it was for a middle school track meet, and they want to come again. And then this year we had our girls soccer team played under the lights. We are independent this year because we didn't have a soccer team last year. And the team from Pershing County came, and we had a 7 o'clock game underneath the lights. And it's the first time the field lights were on for a sporting event since 2019. So we're making some headway with getting some activities going again. I remember back in 2019, I have a picture on my computer where the whole community was out for a football game. And it's just an incredible sight as the sun sets on that field. At Zephyr, we have great school spirit. Our parent club at Zephyr is created some really interactive events for our families to come. Trunk or treat happens this Friday before homecoming up here at Wattell. So we'll be having a very long and late night on Friday. And then we partner with Tahoe Douglas Rotary, and they come and do tons of activities with our students. They partner with Tahoe Douglas Fire and do green eggs and ham every Dr. Seuss Day in March. They donate books to our school on a monthly basis. So we're just really happy with the support that we're getting from both the parent club and Tahoe Douglas Rotary. So these are our numbers. So as we sit today, we are at 151 students at Zephyr Cove, 138 here at Wattell, And that's divided out into 72 middle school students and 66 high school students. With the most recent ratings by the Department of Education, Zephyr is a 1-star school, and Whitell Middle School and Whitell High School are both separated out, and they're both 5-star schools. So going back to the conversation that was had earlier about test data is a snapshot in time of a cohort of kids. So Zephyr, we're talking 66 kids made an impact out of those 151 really on those scores. A lot of times, because we have such a small cohort, our students have over a 1% impact on our data. I can guarantee you that the staff are not happy with that designation, but again, it's a snapshot in time. I like to relate test scores to going to the doctor. Okay, I go to the doctor and I get a blood test. The doctor says your cholesterol is high. You need to change your diet and exercise. And I say, okay. And I walk out and I don't change many things. And I come back the next year and the doctor's like, your cholesterol's high. Have you done the things I asked you to do? And I say, I'm going to try. So when we test students, our data comes from the patient. It doesn't come from necessarily the doctor, which I would compare to our teachers. So our teachers are going to really strive to work toward hitting each student where they need to get interventions. But when we're talking, a classroom full of kids, it's hard to do that one-on-one intervention. Our attendance rates are high, or our absentee rates are high, but we're also a 5-star school. So our families up here like to take trips. They like to take extended vacations. They like to travel. So that impacts our scores. The students that have, they aren't on those trips and they're just missing a lot of school, we work with our counselor, we have parent meetings, and we move those forward with truancy. So it's a mixed bag. But COVID has kind of taken an impact on attendance and shown that we can still do school and do it virtually as well. So thank you. All right, one of the new programs we have, and those are actual pictures of our students, is our CTE Fire Science program. So in partnership with Tahoe Douglas Fire, we are offering this year Fire Science 1, and next year we will roll into Fire Science 2. We currently have 11 students signed up, 6 boys and 5 girls. So right now it's off to a great start. The kids are really excited. The Tahoe Douglas Fire organization is blowing that out of the water. They're bringing in all kinds of different aspects. So they're not just learning about fire, they're learning about EMS. The students have already been trained in CPR, opioid identification, and Narcan. So they're going to be able to walk out of this program this year with a minimum of 5 certifications that they will have with them for the rest of their lives, that they'll just have to renew. And then next year, we're looking at rolling into Fire Science 2 and hopefully expanding the program so that students down in the valley will be able to be transported up and have the opportunity. And then our cool program at Zephyr is our garden program. So each grade level has a different topic that they work on. As you can see, those are our current first graders. So they planted the potatoes in kindergarten. I think they harvested over 150 potatoes this year. They come up and they work with our culinary program here at the high school. They bake those potatoes, actually made mashed potatoes this year. And then earlier today, our 4th and 5th grade students just harvested all their tomatoes and peppers, and they came up and made salsa with the culinary program today. So each grade level, including, we also do decomposers, so mushrooms. The kids get to grow mushrooms and then come up and tie into the culinary program with the mushrooms. So we really want the kids to see that farm to table process and that exposure to the culinary program here at the high school, because that's a CTE program that we've had for a long time. Thank you. So our upcoming goals, these are part of our school performance plan, is to increase programming opportunities that are going to impact our enrollment here at Zephyr or at Whitell. A lot of times people say they leave because of sports opportunities at South Lake. We have to give them a reason not to leave. So I think the fire science program is one of those opportunities. I think we need to meet with our stakeholders and our students and find out what a different opportunity is that we can implement with minimal costs to the district, so that we can keep our students from the elementary school. You saw the middle school numbers were significantly higher than our high school numbers. So I think we have a pretty good group in our 8th grade in our middle school that's going to continue at Whitell and not go across the border to South Lake. Our goal too is to increase our database supports. So looking at our student data and really drilling down to what interventions are needed by students. So it's kind of going back to that doctor analogy. Instead of just kind of treating good health, we want to look at what are the areas that each individual student needs their support in to make that growth and achievement. And then our third goal is to increase our daily attendance rates. We want kids in the seats. We're working on some positive incentive programs, and I think those will be delineated out as each goal is the next 3 slides. So goal 1, increase those programming opportunities. So beginning in the winter, we're going to start gathering information from our stakeholders and then kind of develop a plan. So it's the fire sciences we started a year ago, and then we kind of implemented it this year. So it's going to take 2 years to get that information and really do what is desired by the community. So we're going to start that this winter. The next goal is, again, that targeted support. Thank you. Thanks, Jesse. We are participating, even though we weren't in the first group, but we've joined into the UNR MTSS training. So we're participating in that. And because we've done something differently in the past, it's similar, that this isn't going to be a heavy lift for us to do. The staff are on board that they want to do some of these things. So we're kind of jumping in on the moving train right now and going to try to implement some things this school year that really target those interventions to the specific students and make some growths, especially at the elementary school. And then our third goal, like I said, is to incentivize attendance. If you can see over there to the my right, your left for some of you, we have a donation of a e-bike. So if students miss 5 or less days of school here at Whitell, they get a raffle ticket to win that bike at the end of the year. So that's one of the things that we're doing down at the elementary school. We're going to do quarterly attendance assemblies where we're going to celebrate the kids that have missed 2 or 3 days. We're still working out the details of that, but it's a mixed bag with the attendance, because we don't want kids at school if they're sick, but we also want kids at school because that's where they learn. So it's a juggling act right now. But we're trying to incentivize and recognize those kids that are doing being in person. All right, so the next thing we're going to talk about is some challenges. So like I said earlier, we have a small population. Our graduating class, our senior class this year is 24, but our junior class is 8. So we're kind of in that up and down thing. So, you know, when we talk about ACT scores, we have 8 students taking that test this year. That's more than 10% each one of those students is going to represent on the outcome of those scores when it's reported. So there are some things that, because of the number is 10 or less, a lot of our reporting we don't get scored on it, because the number that has to be used is 10 or more. So because of our small size, our numbers skew hugely up and down. But you know, we're going to do our best to communicate with families and get some opportunities for them. Again, the attendance challenges are what I said earlier. We are working, our counselor is communicating with families. She's creating a monthly newsletter that's going out. And then we're having meetings with parents and trying to figure out what the root causes of their students not coming to school are, if it's not related to travel. And then again, our ratings, it's a challenge. If people go and look at, you know, the internet to try to find information out about Zephyr Cove Elementary School, one of the things they're going to see is that we're a 1-star school, but that doesn't really represent us. Whitell is a 5-star school. Yeah, that represents us today, but a different cohort could mean different things. I looked last year, I think we were at 53 points for Whitell, and now we're at 90 in 1 year. So Our small cohorts have a huge swing on our data. And then the next one is my requests from the trustees. So again, I want to continue the support of our small school environment. If you have a chance tonight, our gym should be done in a month. The locker rooms, they are still working on. Our bleachers come in next week, but the floor it looks like a brand new gym in there. So that's very well appreciated. I think our opportunities to teach small class sizes is a huge bonus to our students, as evident in some of the numbers that you heard today. Our second request is that you extinguish any rumors about closing the school, because then the families start trying to figure out where they can go. And if they start looking, then we've already lost them. So if you can do that. And then the other option is we are short on staff. So we are short on aides, and part of it is the pay rates. So I know that the pay rates are a difficult thing, but up here at the lake, we have a higher cost of living. I don't know if you drove past the gas station anywhere up here and looked at the price per gallon. Our coaches live up here, they work up here. They have to drive down to Carson to get cheaper gas but I don't know if there's a way to put a variance in, or what's the word I'm looking for? A shift in for the lake, things like that to incentivize staff to work up here. And then the last thing is I welcome you guys up anytime if you're in the area, or if you just need somewhere to come and have a little interesting day to see what things happen up here. But Mr. Pace would love to spend some time with you, and you can walk with us up and down between the two schools at any point during our multiple trips. So if you have any questions, I think I've gone over a lot of these already. So. Oh, there's also, can you go to 2 more? That's the one. You guys, we have videos. We have our videos for the fire science program and culinary program. And then we've been in the news with those links. So we were featured in Channel 2 News for the fire science program, the Tahoe Daily Tribune, and we were both Douglas High and Whitell culinary programs were featured in the Edible Reno Tahoe publication. So I don't know if you want to see those or if you just want to ask questions. For sake of time.
I have one.
Sure.
I know with the numbers down in the valley with the schools, we've talked there, and that tells us in the early years, first grade, second grade and stuff, tells us what projected for down the road. If we're lower, we're going to be lower overall. Is there anything up here that does that? Tells us by grade, the numbers, are they higher in certain years and stuff? Is it anything that we're seeing there in projection of where we're headed, up, down, or stay the same, number wise?
So that's if we look at our so all the students K through 12 go through the 2 schools. So we know our numbers in K through 8 are pretty consistent. It's a lot of times when students hit that 9th grade, 10th grade, they look at the opportunities at South Lake Tahoe High School. It's a pretty easy path for students to switch to California. They have to prove 10 hours of employment in California and they can enroll in that school. And if you know anything about Tahoe, that's pretty easy to find 10 hours of employment in Tahoe. And so we don't have that coming into Nevada. In order for a student to enroll in schools in Whitell or Zephyr, they have to prove residency. So they have to show a lease and bills in order to go to school at our schools. It doesn't work that way in California. We have families that if they can't prove 10 hours of work, will pay I think it's $10,000 to $12,000 tuition a year to go to school there. So that's why we are doing our best to create programs that provide opportunities for our high school students. I haven't had, since I've been associated with the Lake schools for this is my 6th year now, there has not been music or we have a drama program, but no performing arts in this building. We have music for our elementary school 2 days a week, but there's nothing up here that promotes music for our high school students, which I believe is not the great option. I can probably look over my shoulder to my right and see two students that are still here that play for the Reno Philharmonic, but there's nothing here at the school that they can participate in. So I think developing that opportunity and really working with the community to see what programs we can bring in, and keeping that, like I said, our middle school, I think is going to stick with us for the high school program. But those middle schoolers have been, let's just say they've been associated with Zephyr since I've been around. And I think the consistency of leadership is also helping the families. I mean, we've gone through, I think there were 5 administrators in 6 years here. So.
Mr. Alvarado, you add anything?
Yeah, I have some things to add. So it's funny you speak of enrollment. Jeannie and I did a little activity this morning where we try to project 25-26 enrollment. And when we got to Zephyr Cove, the middle school, and George Patel High School, I'll just focus on the elementary school right now because I think that's what you were asking. What we traditionally do in small schools and small communities like this is we roll up the grade levels. So what we do is we take our kinder, we roll them up to first, and we do that for every grade level going up through the system. So looking at next school year, our projection is Zephyr Cove would have about 126 students, and that's not counting new enrollment for kindergarten. So I would say we're somewhat stable. If we can get 20 students or even, up to 40 students in kindergarten, I think that's going to make a huge difference for the enrollment here and revenues that come in.
You want to make any comment on the fire, the program up here?
Yeah, the fire program is an excellent program. I think Sean spearheaded that, reached out to Chief Lindgren, or maybe it went the other way, and really took it to the next level. And that was just such a great, fun project for me to come into the district and really just help with the supporting paperwork. That's all I really did, is have to help develop a memorandum of understanding, and was able to visit the classroom during the media footage, also a couple other times. And I can tell you, our firefighters are probably more excited than our kids are. And talking to Jessica Garrison, I mean, this is a second career for her, and it just rejuvenated her and re-energized her to give back to the community and provide service to kids. And she understands and knows that this is a future workforce for Douglas Fire Department. So very proud of Sean's accomplishments, happy to support him, looking for some exciting work ahead of us.
Oh, Linda?
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. It was really well done. My question is this: you've mentioned how our kids it's easier for them to go over to California, but it's very difficult for them unless they live here to go to school here. Is that a legislative thing, or is that is that something, again, we talk about making changes to help us? Is that something that can be?
I'm currently working with legal counsel on this.
Okay.
Initially, legal had drafted a tuition agreement, but that's not exactly what we're looking for in this situation. I would definitely like to put some stipulations.
Yeah, it seems like if we could
on the transfers,
make it, a little bit easier for kids that want to.
Yeah.
Maybe we could grab, not grab. That's the
So
wrong
it
word.
is-
Maybe we can entice some kids to come
Right.
here.
So it is NRS. Students have, the residency requirement is NRS, and then we can do variances to counties that abut Douglas County.
Okay.
But that doesn't give us a lot of options for Wattel, because we're talking Carson abuts, and then Lyon County, and I believe there was one more county.
California,
But
where South Lake doesn't abut our county?
no, because it's California. The state line is really cumbersome for
Oh,
Nevada.
you're talking about, I still understand what you're
Right.
saying now.
Nevada
Okay.
counties.
But yet we can draw kids from California and Alpine County.
Because there's a memorandum of understanding between the two
there's an
districts.
MOU and there's an
Right.
exception because Alpine does not have a high school.
I understand that. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out if there's something that we can do that we had talked about, as a board, or to reach out for our lobbyists or whoever we can talk to about trying to help solve this. Because even, 5 to 10 kids coming increases it quite a bit. So we're not
We
looking
looked
for
at 20 kids
hundreds.
would be like a third more kids in a
Yeah. So I mean, we're not looking at,
and I've looked at the opportunities to lobby, and it's pretty unique. We're a pretty unique institution that it doesn't really impact a lot of other schools or districts. Incline has a memorandum of understanding with Truckee. So that happens with the North Lake Tahoe students. So there are opportunities. It's just a matter of whether it's going to benefit Whitell in a way that's going to bring students in. So I think if we get an agreement with South Lake, it could harm Whitell more than it could do good sometimes. So we just have to be careful that we don't sacrifice Whitell in the
thank you.
negotiations.
Sean, you mentioned the NRS on that. Can you email that to me?
I'm sure I could find it.
I have it. I'll share with
Okay,
you.
thank you. I like to read that stuff and try to figure out, right? Okay, that's it. All right, move on. You got something?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, number 6. George Whitell High School Emergency Access Road. Is that gonna be yours?
Yeah, I can go ahead and talk about this.
Okay.
So a few weeks back, Principal Ryan had a site safety committee meeting. Out of that, the responsibilities of a site safety committee is to do all types of emergency planning. And what that also entails is that team walking the school site, determining ingress and egress, ways in and out, emergency access, those types of things. Everybody knows that traveled here today. There's only one street that comes up and down to George Whitell High School, and that's Warrior Way. Sean reached out to me and asked that I look into a secondary access road for emergency situations. I then reached out to Jennifer Davidson and Scott Morgan over at Douglas County. Scott met me, Sean, and others here on Friday. They walked a lot. And then we kind of talked about the project. And so the county owns the land that is just west of Whitell. So just on the other side of the football field. There is emergency access, old dirt road that was used maybe by the logging industry many decades ago. And so we were exploring the idea and the concept of having some type of shared agreement for the district to utilize that access road that's back there. We don't know what type of condition it's in. And so what the county advised us is that we would be responsible for doing a study, which they gave us an approximate cost of about $50,000. And we would have to hire a company to come out, survey the area, do a plan for tree removal and abatement. And so the district would actually have to bear the cost of not only the plan, but also the development of that dirt road back there. And speaking with Phil Demas, he says that project can cost anywhere from $100,000 to $1 million. We won't know until we actually get into the project. I know we had public comment about money not being the deciding factor in the situation. So I think it's important for the trustees to have a discussion regarding this. But I can tell you with this year's budget, this was not budgeted, and this is not something that we would be able to fit into this year's budget. But maybe there's grants out there that we can look into, or maybe there's other revenue sources, or maybe we can go back to the county and figure out a way how that project can also benefit the county. So they do have plans for a future bus yard there and a maintenance yard. And that plan won't come to fruition for another 5 years minimum at the earliest. And there's just acting right now on that. We just don't know what the exact cost would be. And we definitely know it wouldn't fit into the 24-25 budget.
Is that an area where the fire department that's out here would possibly be using it as well?
Yeah, so the rendition that Scott Morgan drew up, so there's right here by the softball field, there's a gate. That dirt road actually comes down and it actually goes out, it would go out onto the 50 just on the other side of the fire department down at the street. So really the secondary access is only about 200 feet difference from the primary access. So that, that's all the information I can really share today regarding it. But Sean, I noticed you're back up here.
I just came to answer any questions if there were.
I have a comment on it. I live right across the street, so I know that there is a dirt road that goes north, down through the stream bed there, and then it would connect to the water tower road for Skyland. And it seems to me having an access road that's 200 feet away from another road is superfluous. And so if there's going to be any access road, it seems to me it has to go out the north side. Otherwise, or maybe out the south side over to the campground. But coming down and being 200 feet away from the other road doesn't seem like it makes a lot of sense.
I agree with you on that. So this is county land just west of us. Just over northwest is going to be National Forest Service. So the permitting process to go to put a road through their land would be astronomical in terms of the cost for the district. Any other information, Sean, on that Scott?
No, the whole rationale behind this was the Davis Creek fire. So if you're familiar with the campground that's just to the south of us here, even though it's in the Tahoe Basin, they still have campfires on a nightly basis at the campground. And the Davis fire kind of, for lack of a better term, lit a fire under me to say, what happens if? But we have been working with Tahoe Douglas Fire on our safety plan in regards to should a fire happen at the campground and move this direction. And their suggestion was to, try to find a secondary egress out of here. But once we pulled up all the GIS, the property maps, that would have been the easiest route because it was working with the county. And then that lot to the west of us, actually, that logging road is where the county line stops and the Forest Service starts. So we were just trying to, create an opportunity to get a secondary egress point out of here. But I agree with Trustee Engelkirk, and 200 feet isn't buying us much. So.
Any questions? Any other questions?
Nope, thank you. Okay. Number 7, is bylaw number 80, board protocol for legal services. It's SG-G, first reading, discussion and for possible action. Bylaw number 80, board protocol for legal services, first reading in regard to the district and board members to define parameters for board members talking to legal counsel. Discussion for how and why the district and board members use legal counsel.
Is Joey Gilbert online for this?
He was a few minutes ago. Checking.
Okay, so if the trustees want to discuss it, I believe JGL will be online available for questions or to take direction if there's further edits or whatever you'd like to do with it.
If he is he back?
He is online.
He's on? Okay.
Yes.
Put him on and you can go ahead. Because you're the one that's been.
Yeah, so this item was brought forward by the trustees. We had it at the September meeting. There were some edits and revisions recommended by the trustees that were based upon a motion by Trustee Wagstaff. Ms. Jepson made those edits, and that is what is attached to the agenda today. So I think it's up to the trustees to have a discussion, consider if they want to pass this, take it from here.
Comment. Chance there, Dave.
Oh, just a reminder, this is a first reading.
The bylaw, the way I read it and overall, I think it's great. I think we're in the weeds in section 4 where actions taken in closed sessions needs to be revised because that's not something we do. The or when applicable is still, that's where the trustees do have to have, moral conscience about what they're doing and what their cost is, what money they're taking away from the school district and what money they're using that are public funds. And it has to be a very strong conviction for them to hold back unless it was absolutely necessary to contact legal counsel. Other than that, I've read through it more than once. I think it's a good document. Changing something in section 4. That was any actions taken in closed session. We don't take strike that.
That was my comment too, is that Mr. Alvarado, we were sent an email, and I know you were copied about bringing that out, that the board cannot take any action in closed session. So you said something about maybe following up with that or whatever. Is that?
Yes, Ms. Jepson and I communicated via email. She
Yeah.
acknowledged that. She
And-
said she would make the correction.
Would we remove that then totally?
That final sentence on section 4.
Yeah, provide
yes, that
updates.
would be
Okay,
deleted.
that's what I wanted to know. Okay, then I'm good with it. Thank you.
A question? If we don't do anything on this, we just act the way we proceed the way we've been proceeding, correct?
As a board, you can vote to table this item. You can vote to take no action on this item. You can vote to not approve it or to approve it.
I'd like to make a motion. Oh,
I don't think we're done discussing yet.
okay, thank you.
I do have a concern because we're not all sitting here, going to be here 10 years from now or 15 years from now. I think I'll be here tomorrow, but if a board member feels the need and does contact legal counsel, we have nothing in there that legal counsel then guides that person and say, we have to go back through. There's not a chain of command, and there's nothing in here that gives whoever the legal counsel is in order to talk to that person and say, this is what we have to do. We have to go through this procedure before I can actually continue with conversation with you. That makes sense? Because we have nothing in there right now for that.
That makes sense, yes.
Okay.
So it's like the referral process almost.
Yeah, I just don't want to, especially a newer trustee, and they feel like, I don't know, maybe they feel like they're being discriminated against for something. I'm just throwing that out there. And so they get a hold of legal counsel because they don't feel that they could. Well, then legal counsel has to take it from there and actually decide who do they get to. And if we're going to allow that, we should have it in here in clarity of the process for that. Did I lose you?
No, I got
No,
it.
I didn't think so.
No, I get it. But if that's a change you want to make, then I think you have to make a motion for additional adjustments.
Yeah, because here it says in section 2 there, it says if any board member would like to request a legal opinion, they may address the request to the superintendent. Superintendent will be responsible for communicating the issue to legal counsel clearly and ensuring that all relevant information is provided. That's fine. But what if the trustee has the problem with the superintendent?
That's on the next line.
That goes to the board president.
No, it goes on the next line.
Should any board member have a legal concern regarding the superintendent, their point of contact should be the board president, and the board president will present the concern to legal counsel. I'm just trying to say with a trustee in themselves, if they feel like there's something going on beyond other trustees, including the president and the superintendent, if they contact the legal counsel should then have the process that they have to take. I'm trying to cover all the bases. I'm trying to not have a loophole somewhere to where you can shut a trustee down if they're really having a problem.
Yeah, so we have another bylaw regarding how we schedule meetings and special meetings. And that's two different ways that those meetings are scheduled. And I think we can replicate that same language and apply it to this. And what that bylaw states is that the board president can call a special meeting with an agenda topic. The only other way for a special meeting to be called is for one trustee, in addition to two other trustees, so a group of 3 trustees to get together to call a special meeting, even if the board president doesn't want that to happen. So those are the 2 avenues to call a special meeting that I feel can be applied to this as well.
Okay, if it's applied to this, should we make note in this one that it referenced to the other one for the procedure?
I don't think you need to make a reference. I think we can take
Okay.
that language and place that language into this protocol.
Okay.
I mean,
Discuss
the
language
reason
and-
being, what you're saying is if there's 3 trustees that don't like the president and what the president and the superintendent are doing, then they can act on their own, so to speak, and go to legal counsel.
They can call a special meeting and then have a closed
Well,
door
that-
meeting
that's for
with an
making-
attorney. Yes.
Those 3 with the attorney.
Yes. All 7 trustees would be invited to that meeting. It would be noticed properly still.
But I mean, in the closed door meeting would be just the 3?
No, all 7 have a right to be in that closed door.
You could add that if you want to. I mean, it's already in another bylaw, I believe. But I think it covers it when you say if a board member has a question, everything should be run through the superintendent unless the superintendent is the problem that they want to go to legal for. And therefore, if I have a problem with you, I would go through my president and say that I would like to talk to legal or you to talk to legal about the issue I'm having with my superintendent. So I think it covers both. The first paragraph, everything gets filtered to the superintendent. And then you can also say to that person, hey, you know what, maybe you need to call legal, and you can let them. It's not like you can never call legal, but you can give them that advice. And then the other part of that is if it's about the superintendent, then the board president is notified, and then you move from there.
I mean, this is basically a law. You can write anything you want to a law. You can't figure everything out in a statement like this. It's still a matter of, you can't stop people from doing what they're going to do. So this is guidelines. I think they're fine guidelines, and I think they're pretty complete personally. Thank you.
Yvonne.
So I'm having mixed emotions about this because I see it in 2 different ways. I see it as this is good. We need guidance. We need structure. But at the same time, if say I have a problem with Frankie, which I don't, I'm just
That's all right.
example.
You could use an example.
Right. I have a problem with Frankie, but maybe I also have a problem with Mr. Burns.
Exactly.
And so what do I do? I don't feel comfortable going to Frankie and I don't feel comfortable going to Mr. Burns. Therefore, there needs to be another avenue, I believe,
That's,
whether it's
you say it better.
two people that are required to approach legal or the one, or I just feel like we need to just a little bit more added so that we all feel comfortable. Is that?
That's what I was thinking on this, but you just said it better.
So what would you like added?
Well, again, if, you know, they've revised this, so they need to look at that again. And with the information that, I think the information that you said would be good, as long as we have in there somewhere that connects to this bylaw that gives that right. If you and I, and she don't like us. So I think that's something that could be brought to them. On a bylaw, I don't think it's a big deal. I just think we need to have it tied in here. Otherwise, I'm fine with it, but Yvonne.
I think also a point that you made is that we need to, if someone contacts legal, that legal has, did you talk to the superintendent? Did you talk to the school board president? Make sure that they're covering their bases so they're not going behind the back of the superintendent or the board president. And so I think maybe a good way to move forward from this is for us to make a motion to instruct Mr. Alvarado to add the suggested items to the board policy. That's.
Are you making them?
It's gotta be worded. Yeah, you gotta.
But no, I'm not saying I'm making the motion. I'm just saying, I think that's our way forward, is that we make that motion to direct the superintendent to add in a course of action for both legal and
Exactly.
for the school board members.
The legal counsel then should have the right to then take that one person, take you for instance, and then he or she has a process to follow. And that would mean contacting the president, contacting the superintendent, and getting to the bottom of it and being the middle person on it, per se. That protects you, and it would also protect the president and the superintendent. Is that what you're thinking? Yep, that's what I'm thinking.
Annie, do you have all that?
So, well, I just have a kind of a way to do it. I don't know.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Try yours.
So we would add the 3 trustees together could bypass the superintendent and the board president if they have the legal problem with the board president and the superintendent.
I wonder if we should just do 2. It doesn't have to be 3. You know, if 2 members of the board are having a problem, then that's a problem.
Okay.
2 would be good. But at least gets to the bottom of things with legal counsel in the middle, so we're not causing disruption and problems within the board and the superintendent. Just a protection. Hopefully we never see it.
Okay, so do we want to make a motion with what Ms. Jansen just said?
You want to make a motion?
I certainly can. Okay, we would like the superintendent, I'm doing the motion. I'd like to make a motion that we ask the superintendent to add to this a bylaw that 2 trustees together can bypass the superintendent and the board president if the legal problem that they have is with either the superintendent or the board president.
It'd have to be both.
Oh, both, with both the superintendent and the board president.
Be both.
And
Go ahead, you can add
we'd have to strike that last.
for
last statement down there. Actions taken in closed session. We do not take actions in closed session.
No, right, right.
That's all.
You're right. I'm sure that legal counsel is going to make that legal. And so even though the motions are there, the motion is there, I'm sure they're gonna do it to fit. Okay. All right, we got a motion on the floor. And you
well,
want to read it again?
No, I understand what she's saying, but I think it needs to be added to, that we need to have a legal process that the lawyer has to follow.
Add to that. Go ahead and add to that about the lawyer. Go ahead and
You can
add
make
to
an
that,
amendment.
add to that about the lawyer and do the wording on that. This is still just about the trustees. So then you could say
Right,
as
that we need to add a section
right. So go for
for
it.
the process of when trustees come to legal, that he or she is required to follow a process verifying with the superintendent and board president.
Right. So go ahead and say it. Try to think of how to say it so we can add it.
Can I interject just really quick?
Of course.
Go ahead.
So I just want to clarify that the bylaw is what governs the board, not the attorney that we have working for us. But we can put any stipulations on the attorney that works for us within their contract.
Good point. Good point.
Good point.
Let's just make note of that and let them take a look at it and say what they want to do, because we can do that. Let's see what they come up with on what they want to, how they want to see it, proceed with it once they have that type of complaint.
So you're
They
saying
need
that
to
would
be-
be something that would be in the legal contract with the district?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, that we would negotiate with the attorney.
okay.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't need to be added to this policy.
Correct.
Okay.
At this point, then we can do something different on their contract. Okay. I'm getting two, so it sounds pretty good. All right, so the motion is on
Right.
the floor.
Without my added part, because we just established that.
Yeah, that'll be noted, but we'll look at that down the road.
Do you need that motion read again?
You wanna-
Just remember that button.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to have to ask the superintendent to add that two trustees together can bypass the superintendent and board president if they have the legal problem with both the superintendent and board president.
And
Finish it with the striking of illness.
any
And
action
s-
taken in
yes.
closed session.
And strike, provide updates to the school board on the legal matter of any actions taken in closed session. So that last sentence on section 4 should be stricken.
Yeah, that needs to be removed.
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor in a second. Annie, I'll let you get caught up. All right. Any further discussion before we vote? Okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay.
All right, we have 4-2.
Jesse, can you check if Catherine Dickerson's on?
Her vote won't matter. Okay,
Every vote matters, Mr. Burns.
well, it does, but
I do not see her on. Unless she's on under a guest account.
the outcome won't matter. Okay. Are we ready to move on? Yeah. 8, we've already done that. 9, designation of position as critical shortage need. Discussion for possible action. Board will consider designating secondary science classroom teacher with a date of coverage and approval of 6/14/24 as a position qualifying to be filled under critical shortage need. The district has had a very difficult time recruiting qualified candidates to fill the position currently open in the district. Designating this position as critical shortage need, if approved by the state, will enable the district to consider candidates who have previously retired within the state but have a desire to fill the position until it can be filled by an otherwise qualified candidate. I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you. So you approved this at the last board meeting. However, Nevada PERS communicated with us that the date of approval was wrong. And so what we need you in your recommendation to say is that you approve this position with retroactively to June 14th of 24. So just for the record, you've already approved this, just the date of approval was wrong. It wasn't retroactive.
Go ahead, Linda.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion. I recommend that the board approve the requested position of secondary science classroom teacher beginning retroactively to June 14th, 2024 as a position for critical shortage need.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any comments?
Yes. Jeannie, do we already have someone filling that position? Okay, thanks.
Yes, all of our positions are filled
Great.
currently. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yay. Yvonne.
I'm assuming that these positions are still open on our website. And have we had any applicants?
So critical shortage positions by law have to be posted. Both positions have to be posted. So even if it's filled with a critical shortage, we have to post that position on our website as an open position. And so it's very, very rare that we get applicants at this point in the school year.
Right.
Sometimes we'll get them at semester, and sometimes we'll get an applicant that maybe their spouse has been moved across the country for various reasons, employment, military, or something like that. So we do have those positions posted and we do monitor them frequently.
And have we had any applicants at all? None.
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
would like to say we do have some long-term subs filling some positions for us, math and science, that they are actually working on their credentials through the alternate route to certification. So we're working through the pipeline.
I do have a motion and a second, don't I? Okay. I think I lost track. Okay, so no more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass unanimous. 6-0.
Who was the second? I'm sorry, we need that for the notes. Carrie. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Brown and Leslie Peters, you guys, I would have went to that if you would have said something, left you were set right there. Chronic absenteeism report, information only. Well, you guys are on the hot seat
We're
tonight.
waiting for the, oh, here it goes, maybe.
Shannon, did you share the presentation with me?
It's in the board agenda. It was shared with
Okay.
Annie.
All right, give me 1 minute.
How it's calculated is in there and.
So while that's coming up, we'll just give some background. We were asked to form a absentee committee last year, and we met 5 times, I think. Throughout the year, it included parents, it included students, staff, administrators. And through the course of that, we looked at the absentee laws, we looked at the or attendance laws, I shouldn't say. It was an attendance committee, not necessarily an absenteeism committee. And we talked about what other schools are doing, what some are having success with. And we kind of pointed out after like the 3rd or 4th meeting that daily attendance is not necessarily an issue. And it really came to light when Veronica Griffith, the vice principal for Jacks Valley, presented on all the stuff she'd been doing at Jacks Valley for attendance. Our daily attendance rate is about 95% at most of our sites. So 95% of our kids are there every day. Chronic absenteeism is the kids that are missing more than 10% of their days enrolled. And then once we get this up, we have then we were having some questions from our principals. They're like, how come the rate I pull up in Infinite Campus is different than the rate that the state assigns me? And that boils down to the definition of chronic absenteeism by the state. This is going to take forever to come up on. So we can explain it. Basically, when a principal pulls their chronic absenteeism report for their school, they get a number of kids that are 10% or higher right now. Like if they've been enrolled 20 days and they've already missed 3, that's over 10%. They're already chronically absent. The state calculates only students that have been enrolled in the school 91 days or more. We can't differentiate that out in Infinite Campus. So when we pull them and we get a number of kids and we put it against the number of chronically absent against the number of kids in the school, the numbers are much better, honestly, because they're comparing them to every kid that's been enrolled all year long, off and on, or well, at the time. So that's where the difference in the numbers comes in.
All right, you can go to the next slide. So chronic absenteeism counts on the Nevada School Performance Framework. So as Mr. Ryan was talking about star ratings, chronic absenteeism plays a part in that. That's how they determine points allotted for student engagement. And so a school can earn up to 10 points based on the percentage of chronically absent students. It is exciting if you decrease from one year to the next by 10%, you get an extra point. So that gets you a little closer to 10 out of 10 in some cases.
And we ended up on chronic absenteeism because we figured it's easier to target as that committee was meeting, we said, why we need to focus on something because just school-wide, we're doing pretty good. We got some great things. If kids are going to go on vacation, they're probably going to go on vacation. We got to figure out why these kids are missing more than 18 days of school. And so we targeted this population as part of the coming up with strategies.
All right, so the next information we have shows federal chronic absenteeism percentage. So this is nationally. So you can see in 22-23, the national average was almost 28% of students missing 10% or more. And for last school year, it was 26%. Our next slide actually shows what's exciting. Again, when we look at numbers, right, 20.5% of students in Douglas County School District are chronically absent, which is a large number. However, compared to the state, 25.9, we are below the state's average. We are below the federal average, and we are the second lowest in the state. Pershing County has 4 schools, I believe, and they are 19.5. So with the number of students we have and the number of schools, I think that that's a pretty good place to be sitting, and we are decreasing. So that's good too.
And almost every school in our district went down which there's a chart in there that you'll see that. Leslie's next chart has our comparison data.
So the next slide shows, again, those three districts that I shared with the achievement data from earlier, the proficiency data, Carson, Churchill, and Lyon. You can see again where our chronic absenteeism is in relationship to a district that has similar population of students. And then the following slide actually has it broken down by schools. And so that middle column shows the percentage of chronically absent students last year and then this year. Note CC Manili up at the very top, 28.8% of students were chronically absent for the 22-23 school year, and they dropped it down to 11%. So Mr. Spires and Mr. Fromdahl was there, and their staff really should be commended. That was a huge drop. So when I spoke about that extra point in the student engagement category of the star rating, they earned that. So that was pretty exciting. But you can see every school had a drop, and we did see at Zephyr Cove, we went up 1 percentage point, and Mr. Ryan talked about that a little bit about what could be root causes for that up here at the lake. But overall, I think that we've seen some good decreases. And I think the next slide actually talks a little bit about the attendance committee. And Mr. Brown already touched on this. We met monthly. The people that we had, we also included registrars. They're the secretaries in the front office that actually deal with the attendance. And so we felt that they were definitely an important stakeholder to include in this conversation. They're the ones that take the phone calls from parents or get the emails about why their student is not coming to school. And so that was beneficial to our group too. So we were able, like Mr. Brown said, to look at data, comparative data across the state, school by school. We had a couple students from Douglas High School present about their school performance plan goal around chronic absenteeism last year. And then just some conversations and brainstorming about what we could do with that. Out of that committee, one of the action items we asked our administrators to do starting this year was to take a look at the list of students from last year who were chronically absent. So if I'm a middle school principal, I'm going to take a look at the 6th grade list of students rolling in and see how I can be proactive and not wait for that student to become chronically absent again. But can we connect them to a teacher that they have a relationship with? Can we start making some phone calls home? So we have administrators that are currently doing that at their sites.
Yeah, the research and articles we found about the #1 strategy was making a connection so that the kids wanted to be at school.
We also, on the next slide, talked with administrators, just what are they doing? Because like we said, our committee met 5 times last year. However, principals were already knowing that this was something that they needed to be kind of focusing on and had started some initiatives as well. Really continuing to build relationships and creating environments where kids want to come to school, right? It needs to be a place where they want to spend a lot of their time. So how do we do that? And principals have really been working to do that with their staffs. I just talked about this, connecting a staff member with a previous year chronically absent student, kind of to mentor and connect and build the relationships and reach out to the family. And then we've had some incentives. A couple of the schools had a word. So I think at CC Manili, they had to spell mountain lion. And so if an entire class was present, they got a letter to the word. When they spelled out mountain lions, they got to play some, crazy galaxy ball or dodgeball or something with Mr. Spires and Mr. Fromdahl. Some schools do brag tags, so students earn a little token to put on their backpack. Last year, Jacks Valley started exploration classes on Monday. So really kind of a passion activity for students and for teachers, and kids were really excited to be there on those Mondays as well. So, and we have more schools doing that this year. So I think our schools are doing a really good job of digging into the reason why students aren't coming and then trying to have conversations with multiple stakeholders about how do we get them to want to come. And our last slide just talks about an attendance marketing campaign. So we all know what a great job Haley does. And she has been doing some social media posts for the last couple weeks. And so she has pulled some different data and information about why it's important for students to come to school. And so she is sharing that out on our district website and the social media Facebook page for the district. And so that's really helpful too. Sometimes parents, I think, just don't they don't realize how it adds up, right? Like how missing multiple days of school adds up and really what that in turn means with time you're missing with your teacher and learning and all of those things. So we hope to continue that downward trend that we saw last year and be able to continue sharing out good news about this. We have our first attendance committee meeting. I think it's next week, in 2 weeks. Yeah. So we'll get back to that as well. Any questions?
Anyone have? Linda?
I just want to say that was a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very
And I
nice.
didn't cry. Look at that.
Thank you very much.
It was
Thank you.
really good.
Thank
though.
you.
Thank
Very
you.
informative.
Looking forward to
Thank
the
you.
I saw Shannon tear up a little bit.
Okay. Number 11, and we have our student representative is wants to speak on this.
Okay. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start with an overview of item number 11. This is a memorandum of understanding between Douglas County School District and the Board of Regents of the Nevada System of Higher Education on behalf of University of Nevada, Reno. So this is what we call is an admissions agreement. And what the Regents is asking for is this agreement to be signed so that they can have access to our 12th graders, our class that is graduating, access to identifiable information such as transcripts and ACT scores. And juniors, because that's where the ACT scores are. And if these students meet their admission requirements, then the university, UNR will contact them directly and offer them acceptance into the university. So this bypasses the application process. I know there are concerns about the identifiable information. It is very clear in this memorandum. If we go down, where is it at here? Item number 6 on the second page. I just want to point out that only the qualified personnel from the Regents or UNR is able to access this information. There will be no third-party access to any other organization or company.
Do we have names of those particular people that are authorized?
We do not have a name.
Will we?
At the point we have to provide them access because you've consented to this agreement, we would have to create a login to the Infinite Campus system. So we will know all of their information.
Okay. And I think that's what, if I heard this right, I think parents concerned or some of the members are concerned about that information getting out where it shouldn't be. And if we don't have someone that answers to that, we don't know if it happens, we don't know who to blame.
The only good thing is if we create a login for our Infinite Campus system, we will have a log of what was accessed. And we can put restrictions on that access to only transcript and ACT scores when we do provide access. I also want to share that I reached out to our neighboring counties, Lyon and Carson. I didn't receive a response from Lyon, but Carson told me that they have signed this agreement. What they do is in their annual registration at the start of the year, they have a consent item in the online registration portal. So kids can consent to it and then they send off that information.
Okay. All right.
And
So
then
it's a
Mr. Brown has a clarifying point.
In my conversations with the people from UNR, what they would request from us is to basically generate one big PDF file of our transcripts that would go into almost like a Dropbox type file that was secure. So they're just getting almost like paper copies of the transcripts that they wouldn't necessarily be logging in. So unless Mr. Alvarado may have talked to someone different, but that's how they describe the process to me. And we can get further clarification if we need to. And I know Washoe has this agreement as well. And Story is about to join in.
Susie?
So there's parts of that that I like, but if I was a parent, I'd want to be able to opt in to this. So the family can opt in, but unless the student is 18, they can opt in themselves. I don't think it should be an opt out. I think it should be an opt in. So people should know that they're choosing to be part of this program.
I think that's part of the application. When you sign in the beginning, you have to sign a consent. So you are signing consent. If you don't sign the consent, then they're not going to share the transcript. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And we can come up with a quick permission slip to send out to our 11th and 12th graders. And then when they bring it back, then we can just compile that data and send it off.
Yeah, I look at it as very responsible to the community to make sure that nothing ever happens to their kids. And I know that's how everybody feels that same way. And I just want to give them the confirmation that we're going to be watching. Okay. I'm sorry.
So I just want to be crystal clear that, oh, I'm sorry, I thought I did. That the access would be limited just to transcripts and ACT test scores and to that specific student who says, come get my records.
Probably directory information as well, which is address and phone number.
Okay, but it's still specific to the student that says, please do this for me.
Yes.
Or the parent that describes that. Okay, thank you.
Yvonne?
Would we be able to make that happen for this school year?
Yeah, we just have to develop a permission slip, an opt-in sheet that goes home.
Awesome. Thank you.
Anything else?
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh, nothing.
your turn.
Y'all answered most of my questions. I just wanted to say that I talked with a lot of students about this, and they all were concerned about the privacy stuff and like what was going out. Because my Infinite Campus holds information about like my address, my family information, and they all did not want that kind of stuff to go out. And they all also wanted to opt in for it. So as long as we can guarantee for sure that it's just the ACT scores and the transcripts with their permission, then I think we're perfect.
How do you argue with that? Yvonne?
So when we make a motion, do we motion to approve the MOU with a permission to opt in for families?
Yes.
There's a recommended motion down on the bottom of it.
But I don't think it says opt in, does it? It does not.
Yeah, you can read that and add to it.
Right.
Susie said she can do it. She's writing it down now.
That's true.
Wait, can we also like make sure that it's just strictly ACT scores and the academic transcripts, because the language says personally identifiable information to include student academic transcripts and ACT test scores, which to me could be both. So if we could just, I don't know.
All right, I'll read it.
I think
Well,
were
we need to
talking
make
about
sure-
address too, weren't we?
Right. They are going to need names and phone number and address so that they
Yeah.
can notify
Okay.
students. But no social security numbers and
Yeah, because that was
brothers and sisters and things
Mhm.
like that. Yeah.
So if anyone doesn't like it, we can always change it.
Yeah, and just to point out on the transcript, there is the student's address on the transcript.
So could we say minus personal information?
Yeah, they need a way to contact the student, and typically they send an admissions letter telling them that I've reviewed your transcripts in ACT, you've met the admission requirements, you are being accepted into next year's class.
Well, they've opted into this, so they're aware that they have put their hat in the ring.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, if they opt in and put that information, then that information is approved by them before it can go.
Yes, I'm just clarifying that the address is on the transcript.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the MOU between DCSD and the Board of Regents of the Nevada System of Higher Education on behalf of the University of Nevada, Reno. adding an opt-in for the family, and only ACT scores and academic transcripts should be provided or should be taken or provided. How would you, but
I will second.
Further discussion? Everybody's good? All right. We'll take a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass 6-0. Very good. All right, number 12, board reports, brief updates from the board regarding district committees to which they are assigned. Information and discussion. Who
Mr.
wants to
Burns, I have a
start?
request to go to closed session before we jump into the reports. If you're okay with that.
Yeah, number 14, closed session. I'm good. Oh,
Oh, my God.
who's that?
Bill. I didn't see it.
I didn't either.
It's out of the sheet. Well, enough people looking.
Yeah.
Don't go care. She slipped me.
Closed session.
Who's second?
I made it second.
Second,
Oh.
Linda, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, closed session. Okay, we're about ready to start again. Yeah, he's right there. Okay. Okay, call to order. And we're going to pick up where we left off. Number 12, board reports. Brief updates from the board regarding district committees to which they are assigned. Yvonne, you want to start?
I'm sure.
Okay, just start. Go ahead, Sid.
I'm on the attendance committee and I'm looking forward to our meeting on October 17th at 4:30 at the Airport Training Center. Thanks.
Okay. Sure. Go ahead, Yvonne.
All right, so I was up here last night and we had a DPAC meeting and we talked about student-led parent-teacher conferences. And Miss Griffith from Jacks Valley, is that right? Okay, making sure I got the right person in my brain. She gave an amazing presentation on how well it's been going at their school. They've been doing it for about 4 or 5 years now. And the students are taking ownership of what they're learning and showing their parents, and parents are coming to those parent-teacher conferences, and they call it something different. It's called what's it called, Shannon? Celebration of School. So it's not parent-teacher conference. So they really changed the mindset of the parents with parent-teacher conference. And I just really, that was just really awesome and exciting. And as far as my understanding is, they're encouraging all the schools to participate in encouraging students to take ownership of those parent-teacher conferences. So it's not the teacher sitting down saying, your kid did this, your kid did that, we're learning this, we're doing this. But it's the student showing their parents what they're doing. So it was pretty awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug?
Nothing to report.
Okay. Linda?
I have a few things. I'm on the Parks and Rec Department board. We had 2 meetings this last month on the 11th and 24th. On 10/7, they're going to have a pickleball grand opening down here at the community center from 9 to 10. There'll be music, refreshments, and gifts, and you can play if you want to. I have a flyer if anybody's interested. On 12/14 in December, the 14th, it's the 10-year anniversary of the community center, and there will be a celebration on that date as well, but I'm not sure, it hasn't been finalized. We also, at one of those meetings, we approved something called the Cultural and Performing Arts Facility Feasibility Study. I gave Frankie a copy of this, and it's online, but basically Brian Fitzgerald is the proponent of this. He's been fighting for this for a long time. I don't mean fighting, but just been a proponent of this, wanting this to happen. And so we did a $50,000 feasibility study, and it came back. And what we had to decide was where the best place for this to be built should occur. And they gave us 3 options: the Copeland Building, the Justice Center site where the new Justice Building is going to be, and then a hypothetical site where they'd find something that was just property and build from the ground up. After having a fabulous presentation, and again, this is some information if you care to look at it, but the Copeland Building came in the lowest at $11,742,689. Excuse me, sorry. What it'll look like is they're looking to add a second story onto the Copeland Building. And then, of course, parking can be a little tight there, but they had some ideas in the feasibility study, how many parking spots they need and where they'd get them from. Let's see. The other thing that was approved, this was really exciting too, is an ADA playground. We don't have one in our county, and where it's wheelchair accessible. And so we had approved that already, but we're trying to decide where the best location would be. And it was between Aspen out in the ranchos or Stotic in town. And they decided, or we decided to do it on to do it at Stotic because it was more centrally located. Yeah, it doesn't makes more sense. And it's closer and there's a lot of football going on. You can park close to where you need to play and all that. So that's really exciting to have something like that for our students and wheelchair students. Also, they're working on a feasibility study on an indoor equestrian center out at the fairgrounds. So that's kind of exciting. And they completed up here at Kale, they put in one pickleball court. I think it was one, maybe two. I can't remember now. And that was completed. And then the last thing I want to tell you about Parks and Rec, and this is so exciting, is about the final numbers on the parking for the during the summertime. And so they made this last year $153,300.24. The total expenses out of that was $42,252.57. So the net profit, gosh darn it, got a frog in my throat. The net profit was $111,047.67. So how that was broken up was three ways. The parent group up here at Whitell got $30,000. The school district got $40,523.84. That was just for saying okay. And then the community services, distribution to community services, got 40,000 as well, 520, same thing, penny less, 83 cents. So I was really excited to see the fruits of our labor to come, did I say that right? Anyways, whatever. Okay. Anyways, excuse me, that's the Parks and Rec. And then on the 12th, Yvonne and I, we went on CTE tours. And yeah, you forgot about that. And that was just, oh gosh, it's such a feel good thing to see what those kids are doing. Kate and Carrie Stack gave us the tours and they provided us with these our nameplates that they made. And it was just a really good, if you have never gone on it, it's a definite. And they've got a video out now too, promoting it, which I'm in. And I think it's not bad. Anyways, tooting my own horn. And then that was on the 12th. On the 25th, I attended it's called TLC and Teachers and Leaders Council. It's an appointment by the governor that I'm on. And it's how we evaluate our teachers and administrators and just everybody basically. And and I gave that information to Jeannie because she's now working with that. I have one more meeting and then I'll be done. And then also on the 25th, I attended the Fall Festival that Ender talked about. It was really exciting, the parade, and I'd never been to one. And oh my gosh, it was so well attended by families. It was such a blast to watch them compete. They had the tug of wars, and I mean, it was just really cool. And then, the homecoming parade. And then on the 27th, I went to the tailgate party, and Jeannie's husband cooked me up a good hamburger. On the 30th, the DCPA was at CC Manili, and it's a chance for our teachers and actually bus drivers came and had a chance to discuss issues that they wanted to talk about freely. And October 1st, I did interviews at the high school. And oh my gosh, I have to tell you, I was so blown away. I did 9 of them. And afterwards, I went up to the teacher and I asked her, I said, hey, did you just pick the best ones for me? Because they were phenomenal. In fact, I went on Facebook and I saw one of the moms wrote and said that I had interviewed her son and he had a lot of nice things to say. So I was glad. Anyways, it was a positive. And then on the 2nd, I attended a chamber meeting. And that is, let me see if I have anything that you might want to know about on that. Just some information. There's just a lot going on in our county with building. They're going to put eight new apartments or something where Lynn Colley is. There's that empty space next to her. They're going to build some housing there. Remember that. And then on the 2nd, let's see. On the 2nd, I'm sorry, I went to chamber, and then we went to Jacobson High graduation, and Dave and Yvonne were there, and those were always heart tugging. Oh, and Catherine was there too. Thank you. And then we went from there though, and then we went to an expulsion. I did bring there's some events schedule of events from the Chamber of Commerce and also from the, what am I trying to say? Visitors Authority. And actually, Susie, I brought this for you because it's Carson Valley Art Studio Tour next weekend. And I know you are into that, and I thought maybe you'd like that. There's a whole bunch of places that you can go tour art. And yeah, I thought that might be up your alley if you're interested. Anyways, and that's my report. Thank you.
Really fast. While we were doing our CTE tours, Linda had to leave early, but JROTC gave me sweatshirts for each of the board members, and I left them with Annie in the office.
Okay.
So you each have a JROTC sweatshirt.
They're cool too.
Boy, hard act to follow, and I have nothing to report.
Okay. I'm going to short and sweet. The discussion, training materials with 4 criterias. I'm talking about board. It's not for school. Discussion, training materials with 4 criteria, state code of ethics, NRS, bylaws and policies. And then another one is establish a trustee training schedule to go over policies, bylaws, NRS regulations, ethics committee from the state, roles and responsibilities. And that we're going to be working on in order to get that set up.
Did we move on to something?
Yeah, we
Did
should
you not
have
did you have
13
a report?
superintendent.
Yeah, I'm talking about the report.
Future agenda.
No, I'm talking about the items that, yeah, well, my
Notes.
memory's getting old.
Confused. Are you
No.
talking about future agenda items? Are you looking at this?
No, I'm looking at the agenda, of the committees, and that's what I'm looking at, and that's what I'm reading. So I threw everybody off, didn't I? Even Annie. So it's just about, Mr. Alvarado and I have been talking about some different things and what's the best thing. We got a new board coming in, some of it, and we just need to go through and be on the same page. That's the purpose of it, be on the same page. So that's what the 2 things I'm involved in, and now we'll move on. She went first.
I didn't say we went to the homecoming football game and it was really great. Even though we didn't win, they played great and they had great attitude.
Okay, number 13, superintendent report.
Thank you, President Burns. Before I get started with my report, I do want to do a shout out to Dr. Cheryl Mayfield. Cheryl is our new Executive Director of Inclusive Education. So I'd just like everyone to give her a round of applause and thank her for doing the great work in that department. Sorry, Cheryl. Yeah. So for my report, I just want to say thank you to Cade Balagad, and I forget the other teacher's name, Carrie Stack. I need to put that in my memory banks here. They did an awesome job of designing tours for our trustees to come into Douglas High School, visit every CTE class, talk to students, see the programs that we were offering, and even have conversations with our trustees about what's the future of CTE in Douglas County School District. Those are powerful conversations that impact kids every single day. So thank you for visiting. For trustees that were not able to go on those visits, we're going to set more visits up in January and February, and you'll have an opportunity to go then. I also want to share that I've visited many school sites. So I want to also thank the school nutrition program. I've spent a lot of time in our kitchens, serving meals to our students, going out into the cafeterias and dancing with our students, having conversations, learning about their experience in the classrooms at every one of our schools, and also trying to understand what is their favorite part of this school year, what makes them tick. And I could tell you that every kid that I've interacted with has shared a positive experience and has told me that they have at least one trusted adult that they can rely on every day when they come to school. That's not a sample of every kid, but that is a sample of the kids that I interacted with. I was also able to attend the mock interviews over at Douglas High School, and I share the same sentiment that Linda does, that I really felt the teachers assigned the best kids to me. They were so prepared, they had their resumes in hand, and they answered the questions. You know, they didn't evade, they were truthful. And so I gave them a lot of honest feedback and coaching on what I think they can do better. So when they go out into the real world, they can know what people are looking for when they're hiring their employees. I went to a couple football games and to a soccer game. So I got to go see the longest rivalry in Nevada history, Douglas High School versus Carson City. And boy, was that a rout. Great game to watch. Great game for our kids to be part of, you know, to inscribe another year as a victory year on the back of that trophy. I think they have a lot to be proud of as they exit Douglas County School District. Spanish Springs was another excellent game for homecoming, and that literally came down to the wire. Had a great time visiting Jacobson High School. I was able to do a tour of their facility, even their closed facility, and I also went to the graduation for Kevin Medina. And I just want to commend Gavin Ward for the work that he does. Kevin's speech really struck me and almost got me emotional. And I can see a change in his heart, a change in his mind, and I know he's going to do some great things as he goes off into the world and keep himself out of trouble. I want to thank all of our principals for hosting me, coming out to visit the school sites. I know that takes them away from their busy jobs, but I'm really enjoying connecting with them, learning about how they operate the school, what their priorities are, and most of all, seeing their connections with kids. Every principal that we have, I've observed them interact with kids and know every single kid by name and be able to tell a story about them. And it's only October. So we have great things to look forward to for this school year. The last thing I want to share is the last meeting, Trustee Gilkerson and then I believe Marty Swisher from the public asked me to look into enrollment counts for Douglas High School. There was a 51 student discrepancy from what we projected to what we started for the school year. And so I just have a report, and it looks like this is more than 51 students. But thank you, Jeannie Dwyer, for collecting this data for me. We have 19 students who enrolled in another district school. So they could have gone from Douglas High School to Aspire or DNO, or even up here to Wattell. 14 students that went to a different Nevada school district. 12 students that went to homeschool. 9 students that went out of state, and 6 that went to private school. So that gives you a report out on that discrepancy from our first attendance report last month. Besides that, having fun every single day, tackling one challenge at a time. Looking forward to the day where we have very minimal legal issues so that we can focus on the important work, and that is improving student achievement.
Great, thank you. And Cheryl, just so you know, when we were at Jacobson on the graduation, usually the president and the clerk hands the diploma. He wasn't with it, and we had him do it, caught him off guard. So just to let you know.
I also happen to know that there is a video floating around of Mr. Alvarado dancing on stage at MES with the kids. It was pretty awesome to watch.
Good old Minden Stump.
And there's pictures of him playing kickball with the kids at GES.
We have donations and stuff.
Yes, donations. Let me get back to the agenda here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jeannie. And I actually left one item off, so I can share that after I share the donation.
Okay.
So looking at donations, Minden Rotary Foundation has awarded 4 grants to the school district for this grant period. 3 of those to Jacks Valley Elementary and 1 to Gardnerville Elementary. So for Jacks Valley, they did a handheld translator grant, which was for the amount of $220 for Rebecca Linford. For Jacks Valley again, they gave a grant to upgrade the PA system, a $2,000 grant to Jamie Lozaneo. And then Jacks Valley again, a STEM program grant for $1,811.97 to Jose Rubalca Pena. And then Gardnerville Elementary, they received a STEM program grant for $1,083 for Vivian Michelik. And we also have donations from David Walker, 1985 Dodge Ram Charger, value of $3,500. Mr. and Mrs. Juicer, 1990 Buick LeSabre, $1,000 value. Kathleen Stidham, 2002 Pontiac Sunfire, $2,200 value. Yesterday, I was able to go to the Toyota dealership in Carson City. They donated $2,500 to go to student supplies. So it was nice to pick up that check, take a picture with the manager over there, and then I brought that check right back to Sue Estes, and she was happy to deposit that.
I don't know if you know, but Mr. Dolan, which passed away, his two sons run it. He was a teacher. That's why he does that, or the whole thing. But he was a teacher up until he started the business.
We have one other donation. So shout out to Blair Hins, our Director of Transportation. He donated $500 to our Angel account. The Angel account is additional money for students that cannot afford a meal. They can go up there and utilize the Angel account to get lunch. So thank you, Blair, for your donation to our schools and the school nutrition program.
Okay.
The last item I didn't share in my report is we met as a cabinet team to look at a couple different surveys. One being from University of California, San Diego, from their doctoral program. And then the second survey is from WestEd. That is called the Call Survey. We are leaning towards the Call Survey, but we have more work to do. We need to figure out what the cost will be. Right now, the baseline cost is about $3,600 per survey. However, the Nevada Department of Education has already purchased 50 licenses for this survey. And they had to extend the deadline. So I don't believe they're getting a lot of participation across the state. So I'm going to reach back out and see if they'll pay for all of our survey licenses for all the schools. Yeah, can't make any guarantees, but it doesn't hurt to ask. Yeah, but if you want to look up the Call Survey, it does focus on 5 domains. And I'll tell you what those domains are. So domain number 1 is a focus on learning. Domain 2 is monitoring teaching and learning. Domain 3 is building nested learning communities. Domain 4 is acquiring and allocating resources. And the 5th domain is maintaining a safe and effective learning environment. So we'll be gathering data regarding those areas.
Is that all? Thank you, Mr. Alvarado. Great. Okay. Closed session's done. Prioritizing agenda. Placement and removal of possible items for future board meetings. Board will seek requests from board members for items to be placed on and or removed from future meeting agendas in accordance with its bylaws. The board will discuss all agenda items on the list and prioritize those it wishes to come forward at the board meeting and or vote to remove items completely from the list. Susie, go ahead.
Well, the first one, discussion regarding test scores we did today. Right? The first item.
I'd like to see that stay on as a
Yeah.
at intervals.
Yeah, I
because
agree.
think information, people are hungry for that information, and so are we. So, and when we have more relevant stuff come up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No problem.
So when good stuff comes up, we'll want to discuss it.
Well, let's leave it on as a future agenda item, future date.
I agree. Everybody good with that? Yvonne?
What do you mean to add?
Yeah, I'd like to add to our
Sure.
running list.
Go for it.
I would love to see our district develop a homework policy. I think for the benefit of teachers and students alike, I think having homework policy would be really good. But it needs a second to go on the list.
Second.
It seems to me we've discussed this. Yeah, I think we've had this. We had a report and everything.
We do not have a homework policy. I know because in the spring, my daughter had an assignment over spring break.
Right.
And I did not believe that she should have to do homework over spring break when her teacher was on a cruise ship. And so I did a lot of digging into homework policy within the district, and we don't have one. So I think we need one. I think we need one for our students.
Do we not have a homework policy? Do you know, Brandon? Shannon, sorry. Okay. Because I just remember we had a committee and whatever, we discussed it at at length. So I don't know what AR 513 looks like off the top of my head, but
I will look
is it
up.
something that we need to revisit, do you think? Or is it, or maybe we,
Well, they got a motion and a second, so
Yeah,
it's
okay.
on there.
whatever.
It's on there. Let's leave it on there. And we will continue to discuss more than just a narrow thing on it. So I think there's going to be more to it.
Right. Yeah, no.
Through my,
But I think that
Could-
it's something that we need to.
yeah, I'm concerned, one of the
Spring
things, and I'll just share this, I don't really necessarily make it an agenda item, but with our scheduling, with time off and stuff, you got a fall break, you got a winter break, you got a spring break. And I've had more than one teacher say to me, do you know, when we give a week off, it takes us 2 weeks to bring them back to the point that they just went off on. And, to me, that's not productive. So I think we should be discussing more of the calendar along with that. And then when we make decisions like that and we do give time off, we could also make it what?
Right. Well, so
homework.
I actually had a conversation with Frankie and I just kind of plowed over him with all my ideas of his school calendar. But it's absolutely something I'm very interested in because because we have kids within the school district, we have the parent perspective of how a school calendar affects, and then talking with teachers and administrators and what that looks like. So yes, I think these are all things that kind of need to be.
Do you want that on the agenda?
No, Frankie's already working on it.
So we do have a board policy for the calendar. So we could bring the board policy back for the board to look at.
Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a look at that again.
I think that's a great idea. So if that's a first and a second, we're good to go. I have another one.
Go ahead.
I would love to look at the possibility of maybe having an in-house counsel. Is that having outside counsel, having somebody that works for the school district as our legal counsel?
Second.
Okay, it's on there. It's on the agenda.
On the future agenda items.
Yes, future agenda. Is that it for you? That's all? Doug, you got anything? Okay, Linda? Carrie?
No, I like my second though.
No, I like the homework and calendar.
We said we wanted to get this cleaned up as much as possible, so I think that's not a bad thing that we don't have a lot, so we can catch up on this other stuff. Is there anything on the list here that you want just dropped or removed? Or you want to just carry those over and take them off at that time after we discuss?
I'm waiting for the court.
Okay. Let's, go ahead.
Do you mind if our student board rep has a comment about future agenda items?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Is he capable?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I have a question. I have several questions about the second one on there, led by trustee Jansen and Dickerson, about the biologically female from birth and girl sports and that kind of stuff. I was wondering what we're waiting for to revisit, like after the Ninth Circuit decision comes down. So like what court case in specific?
Well, it's quite a bit to it. It's Arizona.
Yeah, okay,
And we're just waiting to see.
That's Dovey Horde, right?
Yeah. And there's other states that's been involved in it. It's already passed some laws and stuff. We're just waiting for, to see what, I think this is the last of 3, 4, that we're waiting on. Then we can legitimately talk about it and discuss it.
Yeah. Because,
Otherwise, we're just discussing something that we don't know enough about.
okay. Well, because on some,
Oh, good.
Make it easy.
That's new. When did that happen?
Yeah.
I've been so busy, I guess I didn't hear it. Okay, well, let's see what happens. We definitely will want to see what happens at the Supreme Court. So it could be a while, but it doesn't matter. We have to stay within laws. So that's what we're going to do. Okay. All right. We got that prioritizing. All right, public comment. You can discuss anything that has to do with that is in our power as a board, that we can do anything about it. If it's something totally different and we have no say in it, no power to change anything, that is not, we need your help to tell us what's going on and ideas that we can look at. And stuff outside of that is just kind of wasting time because we can't do anything about it. So, pardon? Anything that's not on the agenda can be talked about as long as it pertains to what affects us or what we can affect. Okay. All right. We'll start out. Ed, is it added? He left? Okay. Ginger, stir it. Well, we get too much, you know, you got to stop them. And the other one says, oh, you got to stop them. And it's about things that it doesn't even apply to us. And then I talked to a couple of the commissioners and they said they just don't discuss anything that's there. Like they had one come up and it was something to do with the school.
So public comment is actually set forth by NRS, and it dictates that you can, what public comment can encompass.
Well, the Robert's Rules gives us choices. They gives us choice of, to talk about the agenda. It can be right at the beginning. Robert's Rules can give us the choice of if it's not at the beginning, which we do, they can go individual ones each time. But at the end, it's anything but the agenda items. So that's Robert's Rules choices.
Dave or Trustee Burns?
Yes.
It's also the way that the agenda item is described in
Yeah.
an agenda.
Yeah. Yeah. She just wanted, I understand what she was asking.
Yeah, I mean, we could change that. That's how it's described. So
we-
that's what we have
yes.
to stick to.
So, all right, public comment, Virginia.
it's way wrong legally, but okay. Until recently, no Douglas County School Board has done anything about the increasing influence of political ideology in the schools in this county. They instead have embraced that ideology. Adopting SEL would be one example. SEL was created as a way to infiltrate a Marxist idea, that idea being that the state is a better entity to train children as to what values they should hold than parents. That is the stated intent for SEL by the person who actually created it. Another example would be the acceptance of the philosophy of a person being capable of changing gender. That idea is not science. It is a political ideology. Over the last 30 years, the education world has insisted that public schools take on far more than academics. They also are now in the business of tracking young students' social attitudes and personal beliefs. They collect invasive data through Infinite Campus that includes health information and behavioral information. And just now in the agenda before you today, they did, the colleges and universities asked you to provide them with that data for use in deciding admissions of students applying to certain programs. This community actually deserves a strong board majority that will not simply go along with what a far left legislature demands it go along with, but one that is willing to fight back
Okay,
and create
thank
awareness
you.
of how public schools.
Thank you, Virginia.
You're welcome.
David Seat.
David Seat for the record. In a recent Record Courier letter to the editor, Leslie Hokinson stated that at the August meeting, I implied that women can't get
David,
ahead without sleeping their way to the top.
David.
As the red shirts are prone to do, she completely mischaracterized my comment. My comment was laser focused on Kamala Harris, one woman. She may want to enroll in an English comprehension course. She then complains that I was allowed to say that I am voting for the convicted felon for president. In a 1964 Supreme Court First Amendment case, Justice William Brennan wrote against the backdrop of a profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open, and that it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks on government and public officials. She may want to enroll in an American civics course. My God-given, constitutionally protected First Amendment free speech cannot be constrained by the superintendent, the board, or any individual attending these meetings. I will defend Hokinson and her red shirt ilk to speak their misguided nonsense as ferociously as I will defend my own free speech First Amendment right. Per an August 2024 DHS OIG report, 320,000 missing and unaccounted for children disappeared under the Kamala border czar tenure. You're going to vote for this? You will get what you deserve.
That was because.
You're acting no different. You're acting no different. I will deal with him. I will deal with him. You do not have the right. Sit.
Oh, and leave.
Meeting adjourned.
Mr. Burns, we can't end public comment before the public is done.
So you allowed him to speak and spew, and you didn't call the officer in charge. And you allowed. Yet you do that for everybody else. And you guys just love being in court.
We do have 4 people online as well.
Then you should have, and you've done it in the past.
We do have a handful of people online as well. He is not actively online. Unless he might have dropped off, I'll check.
There's a limit to what I can do. And when you interfere in my rights of how to handle a meeting, then you're just as wrong as he is. Don't talk. And when you're just as wrong as he is, now I deal with 3, 4, 5 people instead of with one. All I'm asking you to do is let me do my job. And it doesn't mean everything is done right here. Okay? That's happened in the past. So if you sit there, I understand you don't like it. I didn't like it. Because I'm trying to follow an order that I've established so we can have harmony in our meetings. If that's not followed, then I'll deal with it. But I don't necessarily am going to deal with it right here. Okay? All it does is cause more problems. So when you jump up and you start pointing and talking and everything, you just put the meeting out of order and I will shut it down. Okay? Very simple, not complicated. Allow me to do my job. You wouldn't dare do that in a legislature. And that's what we operate as the legislature, according to the book. So we're going to go back to the list. Laura, Trudeau.
Laura Cadeau for the record. I am furious. I have been to these meetings and seen you call out other people. You had my friend removed over standing up. You
I
let
called him
this
out 2, 3
finish.
times. I tried to stop him.
I'm
what do you want me to
talking
do? You
now.
want me to get up?
I
and get-
listen to you. This is my time.
You're addressing me.
I am addressing you. Let me finish doing it. I am telling you that I've seen you treat your supporters differently than those who oppose you. You should have called the officer like you did in times past for my friend. You had her thrown out at the last meeting when she disrupted and said he should be stopped. You allowed him to finish his entire statement and you never said a word. And if you spoke to him afterwards, you had no impact. He's still talking.
Okay, I heard you. I knew
want
that. I knew what you felt.
I want action. I want you to speak up and put an end to that. Ms. Starrett, and I don't disagree with the information she was sharing, but you invite her up and have her speak from public comment. You let her go on. I have information that I wanted to bring up regarding the same issue, but I abided by the rules. I brought up the open meeting law manual that addresses exactly what you were talking about, which is in section 7.04 about only addressing items that pertain to your jurisdiction. It's all there. You don't have to go to the commissioners to get the information. It's in the open meeting law manual. And it does say that you can, it just says that we don't talk about action items, which also implies that if there's information items we want to talk about that were on an agenda, this is our time to do it. I didn't interfere with your interaction with people discussing that. I waited my turn. You need to take control of this meeting. And when anybody speaks out of line, call everybody on it, not just the people you like or don't like. Thank you.
Leslie Hokanson? Okay. Leslie Hokanson, you're on.
Leslie Hoganson for the record. And yes, you let Virginia Scarrett speak out of turn. You sat there and had a discussion with her. Don't look at me like that because she did it. You did not call her out like you have called other people out. So treat everybody the same. You're looking like you don't know what the hell I'm talking about. You did. It's on the record, okay? Go to YouTube and watch it again.
Oh, I will.
I'd like to make sure that the fees aren't charged by Joy Gilbert's firm for any amount of the time that no one tonight was present at the board meeting from their firm. Prime example, tonight, one time they wanted to ask a question and he wasn't present to answer that question. It's important because someone on this board has stated more than once he doesn't have time to go over the fees. This board member should step down immediately since he has said multiple times at meetings he is too busy with his business to fulfill his duties on the school board. Prime example tonight, the board reports were given and he had nothing to say. That happens quite frequently. In the least, he shouldn't be running for re-election. Thank you, Elder, for letting the public know what's going on with the activities in the schools. It was a wonderful presentation for all of us to hear about the fun activities the students are involved in. It was really nice to hear that. Thank you. Makes one wonder why for over a year, there was such a pushback from some of this board to have a student representative. It was been very apparent from the last two meetings how wonderful it is to have somebody on it. But many on this board pushed back for over a year. We could have had a year of listening to all these wonderful things that have been going on, but you deprived us of that. Thank you.
Adrian Sawyer.
We also have 6 online.
Adrian Sawyer for the record, parent of 3 DCSD students. First, I would like to thank Trustee Wagstaff and Superintendent Alvarado for replying to my email regarding the fence around DHS. While I still have safety concerns, I do appreciate that you answered my questions. So thank you both. I would caution the board against infringing on the public speaker's First Amendment right to criticize elected officials. The right to criticize the government is the bedrock principle of the First Amendment. There's a unique danger posed by public officials when they attempt to regulate public sentiment. Democracy requires citizens to pointedly critique government officials to test the soundness of their policies and leadership. Public officials must have a thick skin when encountering inevitable criticism. The Supreme Court explained, quote, vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp, end quote, personal attacks come with occupying government office. While I believe you are violating my First Amendment rights by not allowing me to call out individual board members on their conduct and actions as board members, At the very, very least, OML requires that restrictions of public comment be enforced regardless of viewpoint. If you're allowing individual trustees to be praised, you must also allow them to be critiqued. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Beth Bunch, and then we're going to go to online.
Beth Bunch. One thing I want to point out, the Gilbert Law Firm is lead counsel. So there's no conflict of interest when it comes to all the other counsels. The other thing, I was sitting here as all the complaints about the legal fees has been happening ever since the new board was put in place and put in Joey Gilbert's law firm. I just want to point out, I was trying to think of hypocritical, but it's really gaslighting. So as the other side, or the side against the board and legal expenditures, are using it in their platform, it's gaslighting. It's abusive, manipulative, deceptive. And I'm really trusting that in our county, that we're going to have very intelligent, discerning voters that are going to see through all of this. And all I can say is gaslighting is not a virtue. You will not find it in the Book of Virtues. And when you use that tactic, who uses that tactic? It's not the side that has truth, because they have to deceive. So anyway, like I said, gaslighting. Interesting that you have to resort to that.
Thank you. And online.
Good evening, ma'am. Can you state your name for the record? Sheila, we've granted you the ability to mute. Could you state your name for the record? Sheila, can you hear us? I'm going to move on if that's all right. I'm going to move on. No, we have more people online. Just she didn't respond.
No response?
Not from her. There's 5 more.
Okay.
Make sure
go
they
ahead,
say
keep
their
going.
names so we can understand it, so I can write it down.
Good evening. Please state your name and you have the ability to speak.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my name's Rhiannon. Real quick before I start, how many minutes do I have? 3 minutes?
90 seconds, I believe.
Oh, goodness. Okay. Okay, I'm calling today about the 5G tower that has been approved to go up across the street from Pinyon Hills Elementary School. My concern is that Pinyon Hills is located within the notification zone, meaning the county sent out a letter to the school district informing them of the tower, which is literally within 600 feet of the school. And I would like to know why none of the staff or any of the parents have been notified that their children will be spending. What's that? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We weren't
Okay.
talking.
There has been 0 safety studies conducted on children which are at higher risk of experiencing the negative effects of radiation, which includes things like headaches, ringing in the ears, nosebleeds, heart issues, cancer, breathing problems, and many other symptoms. This is due to their higher body water content, which allows them to absorb considerably more radiation. This is very dangerous. The telecom companies go by the FCC guidelines for acceptable exposure, which was concluded by a 30-minute simulation done on a dummy. Guidelines have not been updated in 28 years, and the children will be exposed for 7+ hours a day. The research has found that RF exposure is cumulative, so this equates to significant exposure. I had a bunch of other stuff, but I just would like to request
Thank
that
you.
the Senate of Douglas County send out a notification.
What's her last name?
Her name is Rhiannon Camper.
Camper? Camper.
K, I believe it's a C, K.
K-A-M-P-R.
Yeah. Hi, Rhiannon.
Go to the next one.
Okay. Good evening, sir. Can you state your name and you have the ability to speak?
Hello, this is Todd Poe for the record. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Awesome. So first off, I want to comment a little bit about public comment. Obviously, I tried to swing by the school really quickly, right around 4:30. Having public comment at the beginning of the meeting at 4 means you have to leave work, try to get in there. Having it at 5:30 is a much better time so people can actually be there, and having it after each agenda item would also be greatly appreciated if you do that. Although that may be the whole goal of this school board to limit public comment. If that's what you're doing, then that's fine. Next, I'd like to say to both Linda and Carrie, this is your last visit up to Wattel on before you quit, and I'd like to thank you for everything you've done. Even though we may not have always agreed, you guys have been professional, very well done, listen to everything that's going on, and really taking time to go through stuff. Thirdly, I'd like to commend the student representative who's sitting there, doing a great job and everything else. I just want to say this is a great step in your progress as you move forward. Oftentimes in my professional career, I have found that I've learned my best lessons dealing with incompetence and horrible leadership. Keep that in mind as you sit on this board. Thank you.
What is that? Both his last name? H. Yeah, thanks.
State your name for the record and you have the ability to speak.
Colin Burrows for the record. It is painfully ironic that while bullying was a topic of discussion among the trustees, some of these very trustees have engaged in bullying of previous school administrators. In fact, 7 directors and administrators have resigned due to board's harassment, costing us nearly 200 years of combined educational experience. Many of those who left were lifelong Douglas County locals committed deeply to our community. I agree with Superintendent, it would be great to get past the lawsuits, but unfortunately the board members are embroiled in a lawsuit for trying to cover up the bullying actions with legal fees exceeding $120,000 and climbing because 4 politically motivated board members refused to comply with the simple open meeting laws. Also, there is a separate lawsuit involving Burns and Jensen for the harassment of a single individual. Furthermore, it's just plain unacceptable for a school board president to harass or cut off anyone during comment simply because they have different opinion, but still allowing his friends to speak freely, even when they insult trustees by calling them inbreds. This once again was allowed to happen again tonight when a known problem spoke again. He needs to be banned from these meetings. What a disgrace, Mr. Burns. This is not the kind of leadership or example we should be setting for our students and teachers. Shame on you.
Colin, what? Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Good evening. Please state your name and you have the ability to speak.
Courtney Jeffries for the record. Did you want me to spell that out for you, Ms. Jansen, since for some reason you decided that you needed to write everything down tonight? Shame on you, David Burns. You should have had him removed from the room. You are a liar. You basically said, and no, don't cut me off and don't think you are. You said that no one could get up there and talk, and you said, stop, stop, stop. But you did not hit your gavel. You did not call in the cops to get him like you have had other people removed. And you are a disgrace to Douglas County. You are a disgrace to the students. You are a disgrace to this board. You say you care about having peaceful meetings, but yet that was if it's against one of us that aren't on your side. You know, we would have been removed. You would have had Officer Kuroshich remove us. And the fact that you didn't is absolute disgraceful. You are condescending and you owe this district, these students, us parents, an apology. But will we ever get it from you? No, we will not. You need to resign. You are a disgrace and you are shameful.
there any more? Go ahead.
We have one more. Good evening. Please state your name for the record and you.
Yeah, this is Chris Larson again. Apparently I left the meeting a little too early tonight. Mr. Burns, you have a double standard. I mean, how it's completely obvious that the people that you don't agree with get treated separately and differently than the people that you do agree with. Mr. Seat should not be allowed at these meetings anymore. And I don't want to hear you say that you're going to deal with him later. You need to deal with him on the record in public.
No, he didn't talk. That was the first.
No, that's the first time he came.
Sir,
That was the first public comment today. All right.
Yeah.
bring him back.
sorry.
Yeah.
Oh. Please
Sorry.
continue.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please start over. I apologize.
Okay. Mr. Burns, it's completely obvious you have a double standard here. You cannot treat the people that you don't agree with differently than the people that you do agree with. And the way you treated Mr. Seat tonight is a completely obvious that you're not doing things fairly. I don't want to hear that you're going to deal with him later. That's what you said. I want to know what you're going to do on the record and in public to make sure that that man does not come to our school district meetings and say the negative things that he says that shouldn't even be said in front of our students. He should not be allowed in these school board meetings. And we need to know what you're going to do to make sure that that doesn't happen again. Secondly, I just want to point out that Ms. Jansen tonight made a motion. That motion was seconded, and then she voted against her own motion while she was staring at Miss Starrett in the front row, who happened to be one row ahead of me, nodding her head and telling her how to vote. This is absolute idiocracy. I have no idea what's going on in this school district, but you should all be ashamed of yourself. This is embarrassing.
Is that it?
No, we have two more.
That's it for online.
Aaron Miller's next.
We got two of them.
Aaron Miller
Yep.
and Melinda.
Aaron Miller? Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were done. Are you ready? Casey Rogers for the record. I just wanted to point out that Laura Cadeau got 31 seconds over her time. Some others did as well. On purpose. Yeah, that's okay though, right? There was a lot of harassment going on both sides. It's not just one side or the other. And I wanted to point out some things that I read in this Aaron Miller and Nettings thing about the school district, disrespectful, toxic work environment. I think that goes around for everybody. 8 key school district leaders resigned, probably because they were going along with things that they shouldn't have. Stripped superintendent authority, which is your authority. Approved in 12 months over 385,000 in climbing and legal fees, which most of We Deserve a Better board caused. Focus time and energy to restrict public comment only because you have a mob coming in and you have to give them the time because you have to end at midnight. So you respectfully gave them their time. Good job for you. Spent significant time in school district funds on policy revisions and give the school board more control and neglect to address student needs and achievements. That's totally false. You guys have worked very hard to make sure the students got stuff done. This joke of a flyer is ridiculous, and I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Okay, Aaron Miller?
Aaron Miller. Obviously, my name's already been mentioned a couple of times. I'm a current DCSD parent. I have 3 kids up here at the Lake Schools that you are at, 2 of which attend this school. but I want to be positive. If you look at the enrollment October from prior year to this year, you'll see that there's an increase at Zephyr Cove Elementary School and George Whittle, which is an accommodation to our administration here at our schools and the fun projects that we do in our in-school learning that I am a part of as a parent, as part of our parents groups for both of these schools. Also, what I'd like to also let you guys know is that as a parent group for both Zephyr Cove Elementary School Parents Club and Whittle Boosters, we've applied to grants with the American Century, and we will be receiving awards on Thursday afternoon at 2:45 in front of the new event center, because we're giving back to our community, and that's what we do as parents. That's what I do as a parent, since obviously my name is being thrown out there with other people. I am a parent. I'm a community member. I'm a constituent. At the end of the day, I want my kids to have a good education. I want my kids to have a good school to go to. That is one of the things why I continue to go to these board meetings, as I have since 2018. I continue to go to each and every Lake School board meeting in April and October, and I'm on the Zoom ones. I would also like to make sure our community is involved. That's why I'm so proud of our sophomore class of 2027 for our 10K that we're hosting
Thank you.
on Saturday.
Melinda Mattis.
Melinda Matus for the record. I wanted to come and tell you how much I respect you and the job, the performance that you have done today. I am so upset about this gentleman, and I use that term very loosely, that he has been allowed on multiple occasions to step up here and put horrible things into our school district. I, as a human being, as a female, am fearful of him, and I would prefer that there be something done to not allow him into these meetings anymore, and to allow him to continue to have talked and spewed the crap that he spewed and not call the officer to at least get control of the room. That was your job, and you failed miserably. Shame on you. Thank you, Andrew, for being here and for doing such a great job.
Anyone else? Okay, meeting is adjourned.